Yeah, hey, Zach, we are waiting for a spokesperson to come over here and share a few more details with us. Last I heard, the spokesperson was at the Lewiston Police Department on their way here, so we should hear from them, see them anytime. I do want to share with you kind of what the scene was like as we approached Lewiston. We got an alert on our phone, and I want to read it to you. Our phones were buzzing, and we got this alert that said, an active shooter is located in Lewiston. Avoid the area and shelter in place immediately. Lewiston officials will follow up as the situation de-escalates. So this is what a lot of folks were seeing, and as we were also approaching Lewiston, you know, I'll never forget it. We were crossing over a bridge into the city, and I just saw a gentleman who was probably out for a walk with his headphones, just sprinting into the city, and the fear on his face, as I imagine he was hearing the news and was going to safety. So that is something that will stick with me. And then after that, there was, of course, multiple police cruisers passing us, ambulances. I believe my photographer also mentioned that he saw a SWAT vehicle. So just many officers in this area. And of course, our thoughts are with them during this dangerous time. But we are here in City Hall and just waiting for the state police spokesperson to get here and hopefully share some more details with us. But that is all we have right now. We are here, we are safe, and just waiting to get some more details. Amanda and Zach, I'll toss things back to you and let you know right away when we hear anything new.
Alex, you mentioned, you know, seeing that man with his headphones, really heart-wrenching. Can't imagine what people in the area are feeling, how scary things are right now, how tense things are right now. Did you also happen to see, you know, a lot of police activity, a lot of ambulance activity?
So we saw a lot of police cruisers, a lot of ambulance pass us, I think about 10 as we were here in Lewiston. You know, we were told to get to City Hall as quick as we can. So that was our main mission, but we had to pull over many times to allow police officers pass us. And, you know, we do stories here in Lewiston at nighttime. It's fairly active city, and you know, it was quiet on the sidewalks, and that was a new experience. So very active with police, but you know, many people are staying indoors and listening to the advice given to them.
Absolutely. Of course, tough when we talk about these kinds of things, we talk about them in other parts of the country,
right?
And we always say that line, it could never happen here, and unfortunately, it looks like it has. That alert going out on cell phones across the greater Lewiston area tonight.
Right.
It's been tough.
And I'm from the area. Brian Yacono's from the area. We have family and friends, a lot of family and friends out in that area. Obviously, our hearts go out to everybody out there. But it's something, again, that affects so many people. Obviously, it affects the entire state of Maine because we haven't seen anything of this magnitude before. But also, it affects, you know, they had a bowling league happening at Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston. That was one of the scenes. You know, there are restaurants right there where families with their children are out to dinner. You had kids who were playing hockey at the rink in Auburn who had to stop playing hockey, who had to go home. You have people in restaurants that were just completely locked down in the area. So glad to hear that the streets are clear, that people are taking heed, that they are listening to police and staying where they are.
Meantime, this is all, of course, because this is an active situation. They are looking for this man right there on your screen. If you know who he is, please give police a call. It really doesn't matter how you get a hold of them. You can call them on the phone. You can reach out to them on their Facebook page. I believe we also have a photo of the car police say they are looking for. We are, as you can see, just pulling up this information right on Lewiston Police Department's Facebook page. So if you don't catch it here on air, feel free to pull out your phone and go there. But this is that car they're looking for, a white vehicle. It appears to be a Subaru of some kind of wagon SUV crossover type. Police say the front bumper is spray painted black, as you can kind of see there in that photo. So if you know whose car this is, please, or if you see it, please give Lewiston Police a call at 513-3001, extension 3327. Again, that's 513-3001, extension 3327.
This, of course, is affecting area schools as well, despite the fact that they're clearly not in session tonight. But we heard from Lewiston Public Schools earlier tonight. They said if anyone was out, that they urged them to stay inside. We also just heard from the community college out there, Central Maine Community College, saying due to the active shooting situations reported in Lewiston and that the suspect or suspects currently remain at large, CMCC will be closed Thursday, October 26th. Students living on campus will be provided additional guidance. Our thoughts are with our entire community this evening.
And you can see in this video here people running from the scene, police cars all around. We are working to get some more information for you. State police are expected to give an update at Lewiston City Hall any moment now. And of course, as soon as they speak to the media, we will have that live here on air and online. And as Amanda said, this has far-reaching impacts. So tonight, this isn't just impacting Lewiston. When something like this happens in Maine, it affects the entire state and communities surrounding Lewiston. We're also hearing agents from as far away as Boston. ATF agents are headed to Maine. State Police, Androscoggin County, Lewiston Police, other local police departments all train for this. We have covered those stories where they train for every situation and how to respond to this situation, and they all jumped into action tonight, and they are at several scenes in the city of Lewiston tonight just trying to make sense of what happened. This video, you can just see the sheer number of people.
Yeah. And what's been most helpful to them through this investigation is having people stay where they are. Shelter in place is what they're calling it. They are calling this a manhunt. They're asking people to lock the doors, stay inside, stay off the roads, keep things clear for them to move around and do what they need to do. They obviously have leads that they're following, and I'm sure they'll update us on that when we hear from them when they step into Lewiston City Hall to brief us. Now, you mentioned this affects the entire state. We heard from Governor Janet Mills a little bit earlier. She had released a statement, and she said in part that she is aware of and has been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. She said, I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement. I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials.
And we also have something else just in from a senior White House reporter for Bloomberg, the news agency Bloomberg, tweeting out the president has been briefed on what's known so far about the mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, and will continue to receive updates. Again, we're working to confirm that independently, but a reputable news source, Bloomberg, a White House reporter, saying that even the president has been notified of this incident in Maine tonight.
Again, just to reiterate where this area is, the active scenes, we know Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way in Lewiston, and then about 4 miles from there, Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. And as our reporter Jack Mulmid told us earlier tonight, they are at Walmart Distribution Center in Lewiston as well, all active scenes. And we do believe that Jack has moved locations. I don't know if he's prepared to speak with us at all, or it looks like he's in the midst of talking with somebody now, so we'll give him a moment before we go back to him. But these are...
In the meantime, we really should, I know it's hard to look at, but pull up that photo of the shooter again for folks, because if you know who he is, police need you to give them a call tonight. They're looking for any information on this man who, as you can see here in this surveillance image, walked into Spare Time with a large gun and injured numerous people, and we're still working to learn those numbers. You may have seen on other national news outlets, numbers have been put out, but we have not independently received numbers. We want to make sure we get those numbers right for you, so we are waiting to hear from state police on specifics any moment now. And again, it's about getting it right in a situation like this for you, so please stay with us. We will give you the most accurate information as soon as you can. This image here, a closer, better shot of that gunman's face, so that you can see him. Please give police a call.
And certainly, as Zach mentioned, we know these are difficult images to look at. It's hard for us to look at these images, but it's important that if you do recognize this person, that you reach out. Lewiston police are asking you to call them. Again, they are also looking for a car that is, we can't tell, it's either white or silver with a black bumper. We do have an image of it. There it is, right there on your screen. Police are looking for that vehicle as well. So again, if you know anything about this, and that vehicle has a black front bumper.
Yeah, I believe Jack Molmid moved to a new location. He was outside of Spare Time earlier, and if he can hear us, he's talking to someone.
He's busy
it
right now.
appears.
Yeah, he's in the midst, but he looks like he's right outside of Central Maine Medical Center. Looks like the emergency department that he's at. So we'll let him. He's in the middle of an interview right now. We'll let him finish that up, and then we'll certainly hope to get more information from him while he's there. But we saw images from Central Maine Medical Center earlier tonight, and just the number of ambulances lined up there.
Yeah.
Just difficult to see. We also heard from Central Maine Medical Center. They said they are reacting to a mass casualty, mass shooter event at this.
This is an NBC News special report.
Of course, Central Maine Medical Center, obviously the biggest hospital there, where they have the training for this, the trauma center.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where at least 15 people were killed and dozens more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston. Police there saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Police have released photos of a man with a rifle with the caption, "Suspect for identification." A local medical center said it was responding to a mass casualty event. A shelter-in-place order is now in effect, with police asking people there to stay inside and off the roads while they search in what they're calling a manhunt for the shooter. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead in our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com. I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, and good evening.
Just to recap where we are at this hour, it is 9:40 in Maine and 6:40 here in California. And at this hour, we have news of a mass casualty event. At least 15 people dead in the area around Lewiston, Maine. That's about halfway between Portland and the state capital, and a terrible scene. We do not yet have news of the capture of a shooter, or whether it is even one shooter or multiple shooters. And so things are still very vague and very scary at this hour. One colleague of ours at NBC in Maine says that this is almost an entire year's worth of homicides for the entire state of Maine in a single night. There were 18 murders in 2021, 10 of which were domestic per state statistics. So the idea that this could have been as awful as the early reports suggest makes it especially awful and traumatizing in the context of Maine. This is also, we would point out, we have had more than 500 mass shootings in the United States at this point in the year, and the idea that we are coming up on yet another one is just absolutely heartbreaking. I believe we have Liz Kreutz with us here to join us. I apologize. Liz is not with us quite yet. But we do have Carmen Best. She is the retired chief of police for Seattle and an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Carmen, obviously things are moving very quickly here, and the details are still sketchy, but Lewiston, Maine Police Department said, quote, "We are currently dealing with an active shooter incident. We believe that there are at least 2 locations involved. By my read of the map, they're about 10 minutes apart. Police are also saying, please stay off the roads to allow emergency responders access to hospitals." Schmengi seems to be a restaurant, and I wonder, knowing that there may have been many people there, how serious is this situation in your estimation?
This is Carmen Bass from the former Seattle Police Chief, and just weighing in on what is an ongoing and evolving situation there in Maine. As you can imagine, multiple resources are responding from all over Maine and elsewhere, including federal agencies, for this shooting. The information, as with all of these cases, is when it's preliminary and ongoing, can be, somewhat changing as the situation evolves. But we are hearing multiple locations, multiple casualties, most likely due to the picture that I'm seeing with the weaponry that suspect has, some fatalities. Obviously, I don't know that, but I would surmise that is most likely, and that the medical personnel and law enforcement personnel is on all hands on deck at this point, trying to, one, save the victims, and two, locate this at least one person we know of at large, and potentially more.
And Carmen, I have to assume that police would, of course, be telling people to stay inside and clear the area as much as possible, no matter what firearm a suspect was armed with. But we're seeing photos, of course, we now have it from 3 different angles, that this is a man carrying a long rifle, one that seems to be equipped with a scope, possibly with a military-style underbarrel attachment, a flashlight of some sort attached there. Considering what he seems to be carrying, how much does that raise the stakes, and how important is it that everybody stay inside at this hour?
It's critically important, and it raises the stakes very, very high, even for the responding personnel, because they're going to have to make sure that they have the type of weaponry that is to match what they're up against in this situation. Clearly, it's very dangerous. With the scope and other things that we're seeing, people should, not only lock down indoors, but, stay away from windows and any place where they can be seen from a distance for their own protection and safety. And for the first responding or the responding officers, it's incredibly dangerous. There'll be heightened, adrenaline as you're trying to locate this person with that level of firepower.
Former Seattle Chief Carmen Best, thank you so much for being with us. Just to reiterate, at this hour, at least 15 people are dead, and as many as 50 to possibly 60 are injured after a man fired in several locations, including at a bowling alley in Lewiston, Maine, according to 4 law enforcement officials who were briefed on the matter so far. And it is very early in the investigation here, and so, of course, we have to be careful with this, but there are no initial signs of terrorism. There is no signs that this was targeted against any particular population. We think that this may have simply been, and it is a terrible phrase to say, but a random act of violence, as far as we can tell right now. Joining us now is Frank Friedluzzi. He's NBC's national security analyst. Frank, given what you are seeing here as the numbers of dead come out, and it's clear that at least 15 were killed, as many as 50 or 60 may have been injured, what is your assessment of this situation at this hour?
Yeah, the numbers are approaching, unfortunately, record numbers. I mean, there are some NBC News reports that we're at least 22 dead now, 50 to 60 injured. This speaks to the ability of long guns, extended magazines, high-powered weaponry, the possibility that he has multiple weapons, and certainly the possibility that he changed magazines in the middle of this, because when you're talking about 50 to 60 people injured, you're likely expending the capacity of a magazine, even an extended magazine, and you're changing. And so we're at the 2-hour mark, if I have my facts correct, from initial police calls. That's a lot of time to do a lot of damage, and apparently that's what's happened. I also note that President Biden has been briefed. Reportedly, that is an indication of the gravity of this situation. And so I realize it'll be time later to talk about magazine capacity and whether this was a lawfully purchased gun or not. Right now, we still need to contain this subject. We still need to ensure that the injured are brought to hospitals. And this is going to challenge and tax the resources of a relatively small city. We're talking somewhere between 35 and 40,000 people. The entire state of Maine, and maybe beyond, quite frankly, will be called into service here. Perhaps with rescue, people will be life-flighted because they will have maxed out on hospital emergency response capacities. Law enforcement, it's a big state, but not a populated state. So the state of Maine has a very good active state police force, but those troopers will be driving in from long locations. Similarly, while the FBI and ATF do have a footprint in Maine. They answer to their headquarters cities, likely in Boston or other cities in New England. So those resources are hitting the road now. But again, if there's any bright spot in this, the imagery and photographs released by the police of this shooter are extremely helpful in the public helping to identify this person. We've seen imagery of a vehicle associated with this person, also extremely helpful. And now that this much time has passed, even technical techniques are being utilized to see if the similar electronic signature of devices he might be carrying is appearing in all of the target locations. That's also being done behind the scenes. So you've got rescue, you've got immediate police response for containment, and then you have this investigative side where witnesses are being interviewed. Who was this guy? Do you know him? Was it different people at different locations, or was this the same guy with the brown jacket and the facial hair? If they start getting reports, which can be confusing in this chaos, no, that wasn't this guy, it was another guy. And you can't figure out initially, is this accurate or not? Do we have one shooter or do we have two? All of this going on simultaneously.
Frank, is there any help to the fact that this is such a small town when it comes to the law enforcement response? The idea that a population of only, let's say, 35,000, does that in some way, do you think, assist the police in more quickly identifying someone like this? I can't help but notice that in the footage we've been seeing over the course of the last half hour or so, people are, for instance, coming out of one building with their hands up until they are identified by police and then let on, passed on. I have to assume that a city this size perhaps knows this man and the identification might happen a little more quickly. Do you think the fact that this is a relatively small city might help in his identification in any way?
Yeah, history and analysis of previous spree shootings, and that's what we're dealing with here is a spree shooting as opposed to a serial killer, tells us that they're probably from that area. And yes, a smaller population does mean that it's more likely that the citizens will say, I know who that is. And in fact, there may already be people talking to the police saying, look, I know what set him off today. I know the beef that he's had with this location or that location, or he's been articulating this, or we've been dealing with the concerns with him maybe for weeks or maybe for months. So yes, the smaller environment helps. It also helps law enforcement to know each other and know how they're all going to respond.
Frank Figliucci, NBC's national security analyst, thank you so much for being with us. We may come back to you this hour. Thank you so much. NBC's Liz Kreutz is with us now. Liz, bring us up to speed as much as you can. Obviously, things are moving very, very quickly here, but we're looking to you to give us the latest. What do you know?
Hey, yeah, obviously this is unfolding right now, and the details coming in are very sad. We know now from police that at least 22 people have been killed. Dozens of people are injured. Police say that a gunman opened fire in at least 3 different locations, one of them a bowling alley. And we were looking on Facebook at that bowling alley, and it looks like a place that kids and families would gather. The hospital, the Central Maine Medical Center, is saying that this is a mass casualty event that they are responding to. Law enforcement, again, saying that this shooter went to 3 different locations, and that gunman is still on the loose. They did release a picture of a suspect, a pretty scary picture of a man there holding a rifle, and that man, the gunman, is still on the loose right now. This has prompted a shelter-in-place order in Lewiston and the surrounding areas. Residents there have been told to shelter in place, to lock their doors, to not leave their homes as this manhunt gets underway. We know that the ATF Boston is now responding. A White House official says that President Biden has been briefed. The governor of Maine has also been briefed and is monitoring and telling people to heed the warnings, heed that shelter-in-place order, and stay inside. So again, this is in Lewiston, Maine, about 45 minutes north of Portland, Maine. For some reference, it's an evolving situation right now, but police are saying that at least 22 people have been killed, dozens more injured in yet another mass shooting here in the U.S., Jake.
And Liz, as we flash through the photographs that police have released of this suspect, the man you see pictured there holding a long rifle, wearing a hooded sweatshirt, dressed in what appear to be dark pants and perhaps boots of some sort. We also, of course, have this photograph of his vehicle, and police are urging people in the relatively small town of Lewiston, population around 35,000 people, to report it to authorities if they know the man or they know anything about the vehicle he is driving. The numbers are, of course, changing as we speak. The number of dead has risen to 22, as many as 50 to 60 people injured at this point. And again, more than 500 mass shootings in the United States so far this year. This is yet another one. Liz, you've obviously been in this business a long time. You have covered these sorts of events in the past. As this unfolds, there's this just terrible choreography of trying to sort out the suspect from all of these people who we see here in the footage running here, running from the scene, coming out to present themselves to police with their hands up. I mean, the confusion and the disarray at the beginning of a moment like this is in many ways the worst part of it. And given what you have reported on in the past, what do you think police are doing at this time to try to sort victims and witnesses from the possible shooter on the loose now?
I mean, yeah, that's one of the hardest things right now. It's dark there, as you can see. It's late at night right now. And so that is going to be a very challenging part of this, which, of course, is why law enforcement is telling people to stay inside, to heed those warnings. And I think that this is just one of these nightmares that people continue to think won't happen to them. And far too often it is. It's happening, yet again, here we are, you and I, Jake, in this situation, reporting on another mass shooting. And there is a lot of sort of unknowns as these things begin to unfold. But it's only been a few hours since these first initial reports came in, and already law enforcement has been able to give that report that at least 22 dead, 50 to 60 injured. I mean, this is really, truly devastating, Jake.
And, obviously, Liz, we're seeing at this hour the ongoing tally here rising and rising. We've seen that the president has been briefed on this. Presumably, that suggests that this event, which took place, it's just been shared with me. The latest FBI data shows that Maine had the lowest rate of violent crime in the country. We heard our colleagues at the affiliate WCSH saying that they really just considered it unimaginable that this would happen in their corner of the world. And now suddenly you have the president being briefed on this situation. What does that suggest to you about how big an event this is, how notable it is nationally, such that the president, it's been brought to his desk?
Yeah, I think it clearly, I mean, obviously in situations like this, we often hear that the president's been briefed, but I think just the fact these sheer numbers, at least 22 dead and 50 to 60 injured, it's very clear that President Biden is going to be briefed. I think, again, you talk about states with low gun violence and states with high gun violence. Nobody is immune from this kind of violence right now, big towns, small towns, and we're seeing that unfold tonight, Jake.
We have been learning a little bit more about the places involved here. It was a bowling alley, as I understand it, and a restaurant, Schmengi's, which are about a 10 to 11-minute drive apart from one another. Schmengi's was hosting an industry night for bar and restaurant workers. We heard earlier from Frank Felucci that one of the most haunting and horrible aspects of this is that because this seems to have unfolded over a certain period of time, that the weapon the suspect was holding probably had to be reloaded in the midst of it. And there's just something I think particularly haunting about that idea that in the midst of this is a man who in some way paused and then rearmed himself to do more damage. And I think, again, for you and I who have covered these sorts of events in the past, the destructive force that a long weapon like that affords a single person who makes the decision to do something like this is just so particularly horrible. And I just think there is something haunting. I'm at a loss for words here, just because it is so haunting to think that a single person could make a decision that affects so many people. And I know that you have encountered that dynamic as well in your career.
Absolutely, and also covering a lot of politics. We know that this is what's going to lead to more political debate, certainly, about whether people should be able to have those types of firearms, like the firearms we see in that picture of that's been released by law enforcement. And so this is going to be a story that I think we have reporters on the way. We are going to be covering very, very closely. And again, it's so sad. I remember covering the Las Vegas massacre and interviewing some of the people there, and I still kept in touch with some of them, and it's not something that goes away. And these people describe it as this sad club that they join when they become part of this mass shooting club, and it's a very sad one to be part of, Jake.
It is, and you know, I think of time I spent years ago with a trauma surgeon here in the United States who told me that in his travels around the world and speaking to other trauma surgeons in other parts of the world, he says that his skills that he honed in mass shooting events like the one we are experiencing tonight are considered such a rarity that they are considered almost useless in other countries. The idea that this is such a singularly American tragedy, it is hitting again tonight, and that somehow a single man has been empowered to do so much horrific damage is just terribly haunting. Liz Kreutz, thank you so much for being with us again at this hour. 22 dead and dozens more injured in this Maine shooting. 2 locations at least. They are roughly 10 minutes drive from one another. Details are still being unfolded. But again, we are coming on air. We're coming on here with the details as we get them. And the idea, you know, that a single person, again, could be in the position of doing this damage is so terrifying. You are watching breaking news coverage of a mass casualty shooting out of Lewiston, Maine. Police sources tell NBC News at least 22 people have been killed. It could be as many as 60 injured. We're going to pause here for an NBC News special report with Lester Holt.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good evening, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people were killed, 50 to 60 more injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, which is north of Portland. Police there releasing this photo of the suspect holding a rifle, saying the shooter is still on the loose after going on a rampage at multiple locations, including a bar and a bowling alley. Again, the suspect is not in custody, and police told people in the area to stay inside and off the roads. Let's go straight to NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz now with more. Liz, what else do we know?
Lester, yeah, this is an actively evolving situation right now. And as you mentioned, we have learned that at least 22 people have been killed, dozens of people injured in this shooting, and law enforcement saying that the shooter went to 3 different locations. One of them, like you mentioned, a bowling alley. And we were looking at pictures of this bowling alley online. It looks like a place that families, children could be gathering at. We know that the ATF in Boston is now responding, and law enforcement have released this picture here of a gunman holding that firearm in dark pants, a brown shirt. They are asking people to take a look at this picture to help identify this suspect, because there is a manhunt underway right now. The gunman remains on the loose. The city of Lewiston and the surrounding areas have now issued a shelter-in-place order. They are telling people to stay inside their homes, to lock their doors. The governor of Maine says she is actively monitoring this and is telling people to heed that warning, to stay inside. President Biden, according to a senior White House official, has also now been briefed on this. And so again, residents on lockdown right now from this shooting in Lewiston, about 45 minutes north of Portland. We know also that police have released images of a vehicle that they believe is also connected to this shooting. So a lot unfolding right now as we continue to monitor another shooting here in the U.S.
All right, Liz, let me ask you to stand by while I go to the phone and NBC News Chief Justice contributor Jonathan Deans. Jonathan, anything your sources are telling you about who this person might be or what is motivating them?
They believe they have him identified, and they are actively seeking him and the vehicle they believe he is driving. We've been told that it may be a white Subaru. but that they have a pretty good idea who this suspect is. And one source tells us that he may have a past criminal record, but as per motive, there is no indication as to why this shooting has taken place. In the bulletins and briefings various law enforcement agencies have received, the death toll has ranged from a low of 16 to the more recent number of 22 that was put out by local police officials. So I have a range of fatalities between 16 and 22 dead, and the numbers injured is also a range. We've heard dozens, as few as 30, as many as 50, and that there may have been 2 or 3 locations, a bowling alley, a bar, and either a Walmart or Walmart distribution center. Again, this is in Lewiston, Maine. Bates College is nearby. A large Syrian immigrant population is in that city, and a former industrial city. But as for any sort of motive, obviously in the front of everyone's mind is this in any way connected to the tension in the Middle East? We have absolutely no indication of that at this time. Obviously, the number one focus now for law enforcement, federal and local, is to track that suspect, track that vehicle he's in to stop the shooting. But again, a range of victims, anywhere from 16 to, again, local police are saying it's as high as 22 now, with dozens injured, a range of injuries, 30 to 50 people wounded by this armed suspect with a long gun. Again, we are told from law enforcement they do have an identity on him, but they have not put that out publicly, so we'll wait for additional details before we name him.
All right, Jonathan Dietz. Jonathan, thanks very much. That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, online at NBCnews.com, and tomorrow morning on Today. And if events warrant, we'll certainly pop right back on the air here this evening. I'm Lester Holt in New York. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good evening.
Just to recap, breaking news out of Maine, where 22 people have been killed and dozens injured in multiple shootings in the city of Lewiston, north of Portland, Maine. It took place at a bar, restaurant, and a bowling alley. Police have released this photo, one of several, of a man with something that looks like a long rifle. A local medical center said it was responding to a mass casualty event. Lewiston and Auburn, Maine, have a shelter-in-place order in effect. They are asking people to stay inside and lock the doors as the manhunt continues. We're joined now over the phone by live here with Jim Kavanaugh, who has been our expert voice on the police response here. Jim, if we have you, I'd like to ask you a little bit about what you think the response is like at this point. Have the details sharpened for you at all? And do you think the police response will shift at all now that we know that 22 people are dead, as many as 50 to 60 injured? What does that suggest to you about the danger posed by this one individual?
Well, I think the danger, Jake, has gone on a larger radius, with this killer, this active killer, spree killer. They say he's in a vehicle, maybe. They're giving a vehicle description out. Look, we just got to look at his past behavior. Look, he's gone to multiple scenes, it looks like. They're not reporting multiple shooters. They're only reporting this one guy, and he's in a vehicle. Well, look, we all know the territory in New England. Those states are very close. We're 2 hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours into this thing. I mean, he could be in another state. He could be driving in Massachusetts. He could still be in the local area too, but don't rule out that he's not mobile going somewhere else. From the pictures we looked at and Jake and talked about earlier, his BDUs look like, to me, they're chock full of stuff. He might have multiple magazines. Clearly, by the number of victims, 60 wounded, maybe 22 dead. He's fired a lot of rounds, but that's not hard to do with that rifle. He could fire a 30-round magazine in as fast as you can pull the trigger. 25 seconds or less, he can empty that magazine. And then if he had multiple 30-round magazines, if nobody's opposing him, he just keeps loading new magazines in and keeps killing and killing. And he may be hunting for a new location, another location of whoever his target is, whether it's just people, just human beings, or a certain kind of people, or he may be just looking for a crowd. So we don't know that, but I think that really the police have to widen their cordon here and widen that intelligence with the public, because it doesn't mean he's staying in his local town. He could very well be traveling around New England.
And Jim, when we imagine the police response at this hour, we have seen footage of people emerging from one of the buildings in question with their hands raised, being, it looks like, sort of analyzed, examined in some way by responding officers, and then sent to run to safety. Tell us a little bit about the process of vetting people and separating victims and witnesses from the possible shooter. How are they going about that, and what is the tension like for officers responding, considering that any one of these people might be the shooter, especially in a place as dark as it is, just past 10 o'clock in Maine?
Yeah, that's right, Jake. So what they have to do, they have to, give verbal commands to citizens who are in the area. And if the people are responding to the officers' verbal commands, the officers can be in some cover initially and get them to move, and they can observe, if they have their hands out or up, that they're not holding a rifle or a handgun, and they can move them to a safer place. And what they want to do is get between a place they think the shooter may be and the innocent civilians, and move them back behind the police lines. Police now will be setting up a family center because, as reported by NBC here, the number of deaths and wounded. So they'll set up a family center. It could be in a public building, could be in a local church, but they'll ask where anyone who is related to the victims or is searching for a victim to go to the family center. And they'll have law enforcement there, fire department personnel, usually clergy, psychologists. People are going to help family members, because this is going to be a shock to any community, and certainly to the small community in Lewiston, Maine, when you have this number of people killed and wounded. I mean, this is an awful case. And now we have the active spree killer still on the loose. And if we go by past behavior, look at the number of magazines he's had to use already, we know, to do all this killing, certainly a few, and he may have many more. It looked like to me he was loaded for bear. He wasn't trying to hide his identity. And he's easily identifiable in those photographs. So once the police put that out, I'm sure they got multiple calls of who he was. And officers might have recognized him as well. Officers know who's around, and they know people. If he's ever had contact with the police and his picture's put out like that, patrol officers right away will say, I know who that guy is, that's so-and-so. So, now they're saying they have his identity, and they have a vehicle out, so, now's the chance to stop him. But he's moving, or he's hunkered down, we don't know. He could have killed himself, but he looks like a guy who's really bent on a lot of destruction here, and he may not be through yet.
Certainly that destruction evident in some of the new images we are getting from Lewiston at this hour of emergency workers loading what seems to be a victim into an ambulance, obviously moving with great urgency, and presumably getting that that person to the trauma center. We, I believe, have the Auburn Mayor, Jason Levesque, joining me now on the phone. Mayor Levesque, I am so sorry to be speaking to you under these circumstances, and I wonder what more you can tell us tonight. We have heard from our colleagues at NBC, at the local affiliate there, that this is a very unfamiliar thing, they say. We know that the murder rate in your part of the world is extremely low, and I wonder what more you can tell us about what you know at this hour and how unusual this event is where you are.
I'm not sure how much more I can shed on this event, other than, I want to make sure I can get the word out to everybody in Auburn, Lewiston, and the surrounding area to shelter in place. Be very observant and be very cautious until we get the situation settled, and have faith that we will get the situation settled. We have everybody on board right now, from state, local, and federal officials working on this. This is something that's completely unusual. This is not to be expected in Maine. Maine is an extremely safe state. Auburn, Lewiston, Androscoggin County absolutely sets a standard in safety. This is an absolutely disturbed individual, and I hope it's just one. And we're going to find that out as the investigation moves forward.
Mayor Levesque, for those of us, I'm speaking to you from California. That's where I'm sitting. People are watching this all over the country and all over the world. They may not know your city at all. Give us some sense of Auburn and Lewiston. What is that community like? What is it like to be on the ground there? Just so we have some sense of just how unusual, as you say, this is in where you are mayor.
The city of Auburn and Lewiston, they're two separate cities, but they're connected by a river. Auburn has 26,000 people. Lewiston has 35,000 people. I can't go to the grocery store without running into someone who's complaining about a pothole. It may seem insignificant, at this point in time when we're talking about this situation, but that's how close this community is. This is a very tight community. We know people, and for this to happen here, and unfortunately, everybody in both of our cities are going to be touched. And we're going to know people who have, been hurt by this instance. And this is not, I don't want to say devastating. This is definitely going to be an event that will never be forgotten within this area. And we will come together, though, and we will persevere through this.
The footage we have been showing and watching over and over of people emerging from a building there appears to be the Spare Time bowling alley. I wonder if you are familiar with that place and can give us some sense of what might have been going on there on a Wednesday night, if indeed the shooting took place there, as we are beginning to believe it did.
Yeah, not to sound contrite, but bowling was going on. I go there often. My kids go there. A lot of teenagers go there. Hopefully not on a school night. They weren't there tonight. We have yet to get that data back. These are people just going out, having a piece of pizza and bowling. This is just normal American entertainment. Why this would ever be a target for anyone is beyond comprehension.
And Mayor Levesque, I wonder what you know of how life may or may not continue tomorrow. We understand that schools may be closed where you are. I'm wondering what other preparations you're going to be trying to make to pick up the pieces tomorrow when the sun comes up.
Well, first of all, schools have been canceled in the entire region. So elementary to high school, public and private. So schools have been canceled. We will pick up the pieces because, we in Maine, we pick up the pieces and we move on. That's just part of our ethos. This is going to be a challenge. This is going to be really uncharted territory for us, but we will get through this. We're going to find out the damage. We're going to find out the culprit. We're going to bring that person or persons to justice as soon as possible. And God, I hope that justice is swift and severe. And then we're going to move on as a community and supporting each other like we normally do during travesty.
And before I let you go, just so I have some sense of it, I mean, per state police data, more people have been killed tonight than in the entire state of Maine for 4 of the past 5 years. Just help us understand again how peaceful an environment this is, how unusual such a violent event is in the place where you're mayor.
Well, listen, I don't think that statistic is right at all, okay? I will say this is a cataclysmic event. It's probably close to a total of a year's worth of homicides in the entire state of 1.3 million people. 4 years, I don't think so. But I can't comment specifically on the numbers of casualties or fatalities at this point in time. So we will need to just rest and let this settle out and find out, because we owe that to the families, we owe that to the community. We cannot jump to any conclusions.
Mayor Jason Levesque of Auburn, Maine, next to Lewiston, thank you so much for being here tonight. Our thoughts are with you and our very best to you as you try to pick up the pieces after this terrible event. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Bye.
NBC's Liz Kreutz rejoins us now. Liz, I know you and I have been monitoring the hard work going on behind the scenes across all of NBC News as we try to put together both the place itself, the people affected, where these scenes happened. Can you give us any new details at this point? Bring us up to speed on what information we at NBC understand about this so far.
Yeah, and that's always the challenge, Jake, during these situations, is just trying to piece it all together as during the chaos as all of this is unfolding. But we know that this gunman has gone to at least 3 different locations. One of them, like the mayor was talking about, is this bowling alley, and just hearing from the mayor there talking about that this is a place where teenagers go to have pizza and to hang out, and kids and families are there. We were looking at pictures online of this bowling alley, and it's all pictures of little kids. So it's just heartbreaking that repeatedly we seem to see these mass shooting incidents in these family gathering spaces. Even just earlier this year, the shooting near where we are in California, a biker bar in Orange County, and then a few years ago, the bar and grill in Thousand Oaks, and it's just the concert halls, and it just repeatedly feels like nowhere is safe for people. We do have these images that we're showing right now, as you've been mentioning, Jake, of the suspect here that police have released because they want this gunman to be identified. There's a close-up image there, and this car that they've released an image of as well. And they say that the bumper on the front is blacked out, so you can see the gunman there with that firearm. So 3 different locations. The ATF, Jake, we know from Boston, is now investigating and on their way. We know both President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are briefed. The governor has been briefed, and she is telling people to heed those warnings to stay inside. And yet again, Jake, these images of people running for their lives like we're seeing right here.
At this hour, we've just learned that the Justice Department has weighed in and has given us some sense of how they are watching this. A spokesperson says that the Attorney General has been briefed and will continue to closely monitor the situation. Federal law enforcement agencies are assisting our state and local law enforcement partners in Lewiston, Maine. As you mentioned, Boston's ATF is en route to Lewiston at this hour, as we understand it, and the president has been briefed. I wonder, Liz, if you're able to give us some sense of the scale of this as compared. You may have heard me speaking to the mayor a moment ago of Auburn, next to Lewiston, who, the murder rate in that city is in the teens or low 20s. From year to year, and the idea that this could have all happened in one night, that kind of number may have been exceeded. I wonder if you can contextualize for us a little bit how you imagine this plays in the attention of the Justice Department, the attention of the president, in the gruesome calculus that we deal in when we think about mass shootings. Why this one, do you think, is going to perhaps stay in the minds of law enforcement officials for some time as they think about this?
Yeah, as you're saying that, it's reminding me of a San Francisco mass shooting that happened in the early 90s. I don't remember the exact number of casualties, but I believe it was less than 10, that prompted then Senator Dianne Feinstein to put forward a bill that led to the only ban on semi-automatic assault weapons in this country's history. And that was from a mass shooting on California Street in San Francisco, where you are, Jake, that had less than 10 casualties. And here we are now at a place with 22 casualties. And we, as a country, repeatedly see this. And I think as we look at the mass shootings over the past several years, this is going to be clearly one of those that has some of the highest casualties and injuries. I mean, hearing that potentially 50 people are injured, I mean, it's truly truly shocking to hear. And we do know that the president has been briefed and the vice president as well. And like you mentioned, state police have said that in Maine, which is considered a very safe state, there are 29. Last year, there were 29 homicides. Well, tonight, we know at least 22 people killed. So this shooting already almost equal to the number of homicides that this state sees in 1 year.
Liz Kreutz, please stay with us. I know you'll be closely monitoring this, and we want to be able to come back to you for any new details that come across the wire for you. But in the meantime, I want to bring back retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh. He's also an NBC News analyst. Jim, you know, we are at this point understand from the mayor that this is a small town. People know each other in this town. This is a bowling alley where the mayor of Auburn said his children go. And as a result, it strikes me that the scale of this city perhaps could help in identifying this shooter and identifying where he is a little bit faster. I'm wondering to what extent you think that's true, and also what other resources are available to law enforcement to try to find this man, spot him before he can do any further damage.
Well, I think you're right, Jake. I think they did identify him early on, probably from the photograph that was released by the police. Because as you say, it's a small community. I mean, this guy was easily recognizable from the photograph. And all of us have friends and relatives and acquaintances who would recognize us if our picture was thrown up all over the news in their town. And so this guy was quickly identified. There's a vehicle in question there. We don't know if he owned that or not. But now the police have talked about looking for a white Subaru. You know, he could have carjacked somebody. It could be his own car, but he appears to be traveling in it maybe. So he could be anywhere. I think New England is in danger tonight, not just this section of Maine, because you know, this happened a couple hours ago, and he could travel to any location. His spree killing, you know, going to 2 and 3 locations. He's using multiple magazines to get off all these rounds. He's wounded about 60, killed 22. I mean, even if every round was struck a victim, which is not really possible, but just in probabilities, you know, that would be 3 or 4 magazines he's using just to get these victims shot. So he's got many more magazines, I would say, with him. He's loaded for bear. His plan, you know, may not have an ending like escape. It may be more of an ending like a a suicide by cop, shootout with the police, or just try to kill as many people as he can. That may be his goal. And he's got the weapon. He's loose. Now, your question, the second part, tracking him down. Well, you know, they'll try cell phones, but, you know, he doesn't need a cell phone when he's on his killing spree. He might have ditched it. So if he doesn't have a cell phone, or if he doesn't have OnStar or a tracker in his car, he may be hard to find that way. It gets back to the citizens reporting what they see, troopers and deputies on the highways looking for the vehicle. You know, if there's any vehicle like that description traveling in New England tonight, every officer is going to be looking for it. Of course, they'll have air assets up, night vision. They'll be contacting family members. They'll be trying to find out where he does go, where does he frequent, does he camp in the woods, does he have another residence, does he have a cabin somewhere, you know, who are his friends, what's he about, trying to, you know, ascertain anything they can that might lead them to him. Unfortunately, we may find his location when we hear reports of more shots fired somewhere, and then police are going to have to rush there, and that could even be in a neighboring community or even a neighboring state. So I think New England just needs to be on alert now. There's an active killer loose, and nobody knows where he is, so they can't say he's still in that local community. He could be anywhere up there.
Fortunately, at this hour, Jim, Bates College, which is less than 3 miles away from Schmenges, one of the 2 locations that we know about so far, says that no shots have been reported or heard on campus. Campus is on lockdown. They have no other info at this time, but at the very least, we are not receiving reports of additional shooting, at least in that sort of early radius around this, which is something to be thankful for. Jim Cavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I hope you'll stick with us. Joining us now is NBC News contributor Cedric Alexander. He's the former DeKalb police chief. And Chief Alexander, there is obviously, you know, the details here are sketchy tonight, but I wonder if you could give me some sense in your long experience with a crime in this country. Where does this where does this fit in terms of violence and the difficulty for law enforcement officers in trying to find somebody? How difficult, how alarming a situation is this in your experience?
Well, it's very alarming. It's very alarming to that community. It's very alarming to this country. We've been here too many times before, but the death count here is of a really significant number of people that have been killed and injured, and a subject that is still on the loose somewhere in and around that community. So this is a major alarm, and I'm quite sure every available resource in that community and resources that will be coming in from the state and our federal agencies are going to play a very significant part tonight, all the way up until the time that this subject is apprehended. This is tragic. It's very difficult to find words to describe the type of pain, of course, that community must be suffering tonight. And people across this country are suffering too, as well, because 22 deaths, 55 to 60 people injured. That's what we know of this at this moment. That impacts a lot of lives, a lot of people, and that is going to be that pain is going to be shared across the country.
Well, Cedric, I mean, speaking of that pain, the affliction of this, we have heard here from a woman who says her family was affected. She was in the midst of it. I'd like to play a little bit of that right now.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmeggy's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
So, Cedric, as you heard there, this is one of the local citizens who feels entirely mystified by what has happened. As she was speaking to our affiliate there, WCSH, seems to be very much in the dark about what is happening. I mean, give us some sense of what the response, what it's like inside the response right now. If you are the top law enforcement official in charge of that scene, what are your priorities at that moment? What are you trying to make happen? And why is there, as a result, perhaps so much fog and confusion for the people caught up in it?
And certainly there is a lot of fog going on at this particular moment. There probably is a lot of confusion. We have to recognize and acknowledge that is a lot of deaths across that city, and probably in close proximity and in different locations. Those that have died tragically and those that have been severely wounded. The hospitals in that community, I'm quite sure, are overwhelmed with victims, along with family and friends who are trying to make some determination as to whether their loved ones were caught up in this mayhem tonight. And I think the lady that was talking, who was very calm about this, but imagine internally what she must be experiencing, not knowing if her loved ones are alive or injured or dead. And there are a lot of people that are asking that same question in that same place that she's in that community, and those that have extended family and friends across the country who don't know. So hopefully here sometime soon, and you can only imagine this has to be a huge crime scene in multiple locations that's going to utilize a lot of police resources in terms of trying to put this case together and get information to the citizens in a timely manner that is very painful for some people, but yet at the same time, they have the responsibility, police does, to try to make sure that they're getting the accuracy of information that they can to people. And this is just painful to watch these images, I'm quite sure, to all of us.
And as the former police chief of DeKalb, I'm curious, what advice you might have for people responding tonight on the ground in this very small city. This is a city of 35,000 people in a state that regularly sees perhaps 19, 20, 21 murders as a whole, as a state. And so I'm wondering whether you think that law enforcement on the ground there, has what it takes. I don't mean to suggest that they're in any way, unprepared for this, but in a sense, who could be prepared for something as horrible as this, especially when you're dealing with a city as small as that? What advice would you have for them tonight? What would you be looking for in trying to assist them in responding to this terrible scene?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we have to remember that our law enforcement personnel and civilian personnel that are there on the ground tonight, they're human beings. They have family, they have friends. They may have family or friends who could be affected by this tragedy. We don't know. But if you can only imagine being on a scene such as that, where you have that type of massive casualties and that type of injury and death that's before you, that it can be overwhelming to any person, any individual. But law enforcement, and I'm quite sure no community you can compare, you can prepare only up to a certain point. And then after that, it does become overwhelming. But I am quite sure they're going to have support of each other out there on that scene tonight. And I would imagine they will very smartly bring in mental health counselors to be available as well, too, because this is a very, very traumatic scene without question. And it's going to have impact on the workers, and people that live in that community are going to be hugely impacted as well. And these are the things we don't see when these type of events occur. And after these bodies have been taken away, it's the after the impact. That's why it's called post-traumatic, because the trauma oftentimes can take effect that night, or there can be a number of variables, and every individual is very different, that people can begin to relive, unfortunately, some of these horrible images that are going to be with them for the rest of their life. We oftentimes, as civilians, and we hear about this kind of level of tragedy in a war somewhere on the globe. But for it to happen right here in our own backyard, right here in this country, right here in any city, USA, and tonight it happens to be Lewiston, Maine, it strikes us in a very powerful way. And we all are impacted by the numbers. And here again, we don't know what the final body count is going to be when the dust settles in all of this.
Cedric Alexander, former police chief of DeKalb, Illinois, thank you so much for being with us. As he mentioned there, the trauma is, of course, long-lasting, and law enforcement officers responding to this scene will be traumatized. Of course, the victims and their families traumatized as well. The pain will go on here. We know at this hour that, according to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, who we spoke to a few moments ago, he said that schools will be shut down in the region tomorrow, suggesting that life will not continue as normal, or at least not right away. There will be some healing, some time that people on the ground will have to put into repairing the damage, healing wounds, and trying to get past all of this. I want to bring NBC's Liz Croyce back again. She has been has been tracking this for us tonight, alongside dozens of our colleagues across NBC, and I'd love to hear from her now. Liz, give us some sense. Are there any new details to share? Recap for us where we're at tonight.
Yeah, Jake, you mentioned that the Lewiston public schools are going to be closed tomorrow. We also have learned that Bates College nearby is on lockdown right now as well, and that shelter-in-place order has been extended now to the entire county. So a much wider area of people now have been told to stay inside. Law enforcement says make sure your homes and your vehicles are secured as this manhunt unfolds and continues. You have to imagine it is a terrifying night for so many people sheltering in their homes right right now. In fact, I saw on Twitter a journalist on the ground there saying that they were at the Maine hospital there that's responding to this mass casualty event, and that people told them to duck down behind a cement barrier because nobody really knew maybe that the shooter could be in that area. So there's a lot of fear for people out there right now. I also have been looking into the locations. We've talked a lot about the bowling alley, also this bar. I may be saying it wrong, but Shemengi's, looking at their website. It also, like the bowling alley, is a place that seems to promote itself as a gathering hole. They say host your big events here. They have pool tables you can rent, and they even said that tonight was going to be industry night tonight. They say you work in the bar restaurant industry, you get 25% off your bill. So it makes you think that this gunman was specifically targeting these areas where maybe he knows people gather. And Jake, one more thing. I wanted to circle back to something you had asked me about before, which was sort of putting into context this shooting compared to so many of the other mass shootings that we have covered now over the years. And our team pulled together a list of the deadliest mass shootings in U.S. history. The Las Vegas massacre at the Country Music Festival remains the top one, with 60 fatalities and 544 people injured. When you look at this list, right now these numbers are very preliminary. At least 22 people dead, 50 to 60 people injured. It makes it about tied with about the 6th, 7th deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. So this is going up there as one of the deadliest mass shootings. The Walmart shooting in El Paso, Texas, 23 people were killed. Uvalde, 21 people killed. So to give some context there with this shooting, Jake.
That is such important context. At least 22 dead so far this evening. That number, of course, could rise, considering that 50, perhaps 60 people have been injured in addition. You're right. This could, Liz, rise to the level of some of the other most terrible mass shootings in U.S. history. This also explains, of course, or helps to explain why it is that President Biden was directly briefed about this event. He received an initial briefing earlier this evening ahead of a state dinner he had to attend with the Australian Prime Minister. One can imagine the scene in which he is, pulled out of his preparations for that dinner and told the terrible news. And we know, of course, again, that so many people have been brought together across law enforcement agencies to respond to this. ATF agents coming up from Boston, and a federal response overall. We know that the Justice Department says that they are monitoring this. Governors the governor has responded, and of course we spoke to Mayor Jason Levesque of Auburn about 15-20 minutes ago, in which he described, again, this is a very small community, about 35,000 people in this town, and so the people that you see in that image there of a victim being loaded into an ambulance, the web of connections between the people we're looking at in each of these scenes, whether it's the law enforcement officers responding to the scene, the way that they review the people coming out of the bowling alley in this footage, and then the people running through. These are people who know each other. As the mayor told us earlier, they know each other at the bowling alley. His own children, he says, spend time at that bowling alley on a regular basis. This is, a small community, one that sees very little violence. The state of Maine as a whole seeing very little violence. And so to see so much of this violence happen on one night is of course shocking under absolutely any circumstance, but it's particularly shocking here. Liz, I wonder if you have any thoughts here also about, the weaponry that he seems to be using. It creates, of course, the capacity for tremendous violence. And in the photographs that have been circulated of this man, he is carrying a long rifle, that he may very well have had to reload. It just seems like the capacity for violence that afforded him may have been part of why we are seeing what could wind up being one of the greatest losses of life in a community this size in American history.
Right, and it's often weapons like this that we've seen used in mass shootings, and also men have also been largely the gunmen in these mass shootings, which we're seeing again tonight. So certainly, Jake, it's likely immediately going to prompt more political debate and political discussion. We know President Biden and Vice Kamala Harris have launched new efforts to combat gun violence, something led by the vice president. So certainly, I'm sure that we will now see this taking over much of the political discussion as there is debate over whether or not people should be able to obtain firearms that can cause this level of damage. But of course, at the same time, as things unfold right now, the focus for law enforcement is to figure out where this gunman even is and how much more loads does he even have? How much more damage could he do tonight, Jake? And that's the big scary question that we don't know.
Liz Kreutz, thank you for being on top of this with us. Please stay with us. Jim Kavanaugh, I want to bring you back here. Jim Kavanaugh, again, everyone, is NBC's law enforcement analyst and has been helping us understand the law enforcement response to this tonight. You've been speaking to us tonight about the destructive capacity of this person. And I wonder, what is the training when, as a law enforcement agent, you are confronted with someone carrying such destructive power? What is the training in engaging someone like that?
Well, the first thing you want to do, Jake, is you want to at least match what he has. If you're a patrolman coming out of your car with your sidearm, your handgun, and he has a tactical rifle, you're already losing. And that's why the active shooter drills and the patrol officers around America carry police tactical rifles in the trunks of their vehicles, or a shotgun locked up on a dashboard, so they can at least equalize against the people they have to face. And of course, they'll put on their body armor as well. But you want to engage him with more officers. You don't want to engage him with just one officer. You'd like to engage him with multiple officers behind cover. With long rifles, and so you can, win the gunfight, because it doesn't pay to come out a tie in a gunfight. You got to win, and but the officers all across New England tonight, they've got their patrol rifles close and they've got their body armor on, and they're looking for this car, and they're looking for this guy, and if they can get him somewhere and isolate him, then they can slow it down, and if he's alone. Even if he barricades in a vehicle or a house or even in the woods, a SWAT team will be able to handle him and, safely remove him, or, have to kill him if that's what he chooses. But, that can all be done. The part we got to worry about, and that the police commanders are worried about now across the region, is he picking another target? Is the spree not over? Is his bloodlust still hot? He's bloodied now. He's killed a lot. He's shot a lot, and he hasn't decided to, that we know of, just kill himself and go out, like a burning cinder, like so many of these guys do. He's on the move, and it's not like he has a plan to go back to some normal life after this. That's not in the cards. So it's possible he hasn't thought much of an ending other than just to, shoot it out with the police and die or kill himself. But it's not like he's gonna, run off to Acapulco and live on the beach or something. I mean, this guy has, laid his cards on the deck, and now it's going to play out in the first confrontation he has with law enforcement officers. We'd rather see him, have that contact with law enforcement officers who can be well armed and take him down, rather than some innocent civilians that he finds in a crowd somewhere. So that's the danger tonight in New England. I think heed all the police warnings. Stay in, don't go out. This guy can, we just saw this week Hamas shoot people just driving their car on the road. You can do that with a tactical rifle. If you need to change cars, you can just shoot a car to going down the road. Just shoot the driver. The rifle's so powerful, the car's going to stop. You drag the body out and get in it and go. And so he can change cars. He's got the key right there in the picture. He's holding it, and he can get another vehicle if that one runs out of gas or something. So where is he? The citizens got to help. If he stays moving, Jake, if he stays moving on the highways, then a trooper or a deputy will spot him.
Well, we can only hope that he is brought to justice quickly, and like as you say, the pursuit of him moves as fast as we would hope it would. Former Special Agent of the ATF, Jim Cavanaugh, thank you so much for being with us. I want to bring in here NBC's Tom Winter, who covers crime and terrorism for us. Tom, thank you so much for being here. I know you have been following this closely all night. I'd love to hear what details can you share with us, and do we know anything more about who this person is or what possibly might have motivated them?
Well, this hour, law enforcement certainly believes they know who did this. It is a name that we have heard, but we're waiting on a little additional confirmation before we bring you that name. We just want to double check with some of the folks that we've been speaking to, and we don't want to make a mistake to the best of our abilities before we put that name out there. Some background information. There's no indication at this stage, and it's early in this stage, and as you just heard Jim accurately describe, this individual is still on the loose. We've been told that as recently the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. So he is not in custody. You don't know what he's going to say when he's taken into custody. Hopefully that's what occurs. You don't know what writings or messages are on his person, what his background may be. So that remains all up in the air at this stage. So that's why we say at this time there's no indication of terrorism because we don't know what the individual might speak to if they are in fact captured. Sometimes we might know at this stage of the investigation that is leaning towards a terrorism investigation because of statements that individual may have been made during the course of the shooting that witnesses would have heard. So that's why that's the case. Of course, whenever I say this, people rightfully look at the television screen and say, what do you mean it's not believed to be terrorism? Because can you imagine being in any one of these locations where the shooting occurred? And I appreciate that, and that's all very accurate, but terrorism has a specific definition. It is described as somebody who carries out violence, roughly described as somebody who carries out violence for a specific ideological cause. That's why we say at this stage there's no indication of that. The individual, you're looking at them on screen. This is very clearly the person that police have been looking for. They're also looking for a white vehicle. This is a situation where law enforcement has to be very careful as far as what happens next. This individual has shown no compunction about killing individuals tonight, and so they're on the lookout for them, and they may have some indication that this individual has serious mental health issues. This individual may also have some specific training that could aid them in their efforts to fire that weapon. So that's something that we continue to monitor. But again, at this stage, this is where the investigation is. No initial signs that this is terrorism. 22 dead. 50 plus injured. That number could grow higher, of course. An individual that's still on the loose, believed to have been driving a white SUV at the time of this incident, and law enforcement is actively looking for this person and trying to bring them into custody at this time. He is to be presumed, according to law enforcement officials, armed and quite dangerous.
And Tom, we've been looking here, of course, at the broader context of mass shootings in the United States. There is, of course, not a single definition for what constitutes a mass shooting, but just in terms of sheer, a mass casualty event, shootings that have taken the lives of multiple people at one time. We, of course, know, right, Sandy Hook, 17. Sandy Hook, 27 dead. The Parkland High School shooting, 17 dead. I'm wondering if you could contextualize this particular shooting for us. We know that President Biden was briefed ahead of a state dinner tonight, that the Department of Justice has issued a statement about this. Give us some sense of what 22 people dead, and of course that is just the beginning number. It could go higher. What that means in terms of the national context for a nation already known for this kind of terrible violence.
Right, and just to add to that, the FBI is also assisting both on a technical capability and also a tactical capability, if so called, by the Maine State Police or the Lewiston Police to assist. So they're also involved in this. To your question, this is not a statistics game because, of course, and I know that's not what you meant, but obviously we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about husbands, mothers. We're talking about children. So it's all very, very real. Having covered almost all of the shootings, mass shootings that have occurred over the last 10 years, I can tell you that this certainly ranks up there as far as the amount of people that have fallen to this individual's actions tonight. And while it will not be the highest, thankfully, mass shooting in American history. It is a mass shooting, and so it will impact a lot of families in that community tonight. And so that's obviously just devastating for the Lewiston, Maine area, and is yet another black mark on this country. That's safe to say without any politics involved. I don't think there's anybody, no matter where you stand on any side of the political aisle, that thinks that this is a good thing or something that should occur in our communities. The solution for that is not up to me to decide. There are a number of potential solutions for it, but certainly when you look at this event, it is on the higher end of some of the worst mass shootings we've seen in this country.
And Tom, because I know you cover law enforcement and so many different agencies will be responding now. We know that Boston's ATF is responding, for instance. This is a small community, just 35,000 people, law enforcement there. I wonder what you think they will need from federal law enforcement agencies, from the ATF, the FBI. What resources do you think they'll be drawing on as they respond at this hour?
Right. So in New England, it's a little bit different than a lot of other states because New England, you have so many states in such a compact area. For instance, the Boston FBI field office handles Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, parts of other states. So they have all those places under their area of responsibilities, what they call it, jurisdiction, if you want to call it, for us. So that's what they handle. So the FBI Boston, the FBI, the ATF in Boston, Maine is their area, and so they will have to respond to that. There are obviously state prosecutors in Maine, U.S. attorneys' offices in Maine. One of the things that the ATF can certainly do when it comes to this particular weapon is trace its sale. Was it legally purchased? Were there any components on this that were illegal? If so, who may have sold those? So there's all sorts of work that the ATF will do as specific to the gun. Those can sometimes be federal charges. We've seen that in the past, and so they're valuable when it comes to that, and also to trace back just this individual's movements over the past several days. So that's the ATF component. From the FBI's component, it's assist until there's a violation of a federal crime outside of what I just described that the ATF would look at. So for the FBI's purposes, if for some reason we hear about statements or this investigation changes to a terrorism investigation, they would be involved. But where the FBI is particularly helpful here, and this Boston field office has an awful lot of experience with this, are their technical capabilities as far as trying to determine where a wanted individual is. You remember this, the field office that handled the Boston Marathon bombing. They learned, they brought a lot to that investigation, but they also learned a lot as a result of it and how to kind of try to find folks. So they have a lot of technical capabilities, none of which I will describe here in case this individual is listening to us or anybody else has any horrible ideas along these lines. They also have a tactical capability. They maintain a SWAT unit that would be available to help local law enforcement officials up there. So that's something that they can do. And of course, they have investigative capabilities that are really second to none in databases and the ability to find out information that might be quite helpful here in this manhunt. So that's what the Boston FBI will kind of bring forward. And for the law enforcement agencies in Maine, they can use that information to try to attempt and find this individual, make sure they don't hurt anybody else here tonight.
NBC's Tom Winter with us tonight covering law enforcement's response to this terrible event. Tom, thank you so much for being here with us. As Jim Kavanaugh, former special agent of the ATF, was talking about earlier, the concern, of course, in a moment like this is that people, that the shooter would move from the initial area and go elsewhere. We know that the locations he was in were really only a few miles apart, about a 10-minute drive from one another. But as I understand it, there is some new police activity elsewhere in the region. NBC's Liz Croyce is back with us now to give us the latest on what she knows. Liz, can you give us some sense? Do we have any sense of where he might be or where police response has moved to at this hour?
Yeah, so police, Jake, have not said anything about where they believe he might be, but we are starting to see these images coming in from our affiliate WCSH there in the Lewiston area of a large police presence in a town just outside of Lewiston called Lisbon, and there appears to be a large police presence there. It believes that helicopter choppers are flying overhead. This is about a 10 to 13-minute drive from the bar. That's one of the locations where one of the incidents occurred, one of the shootings happened. It's outside the town of Lewiston, and as we look at this area where apparently some police activity is happening right now, and we're showing you these images here from our affiliate of this police activity, it does seem like it's not too far from some elementary schools in the area, a post office, so it seems a little bit more rural and remote of an area than Lewiston proper, but about 10 minutes outside of Lewiston in the area of Lisbon is where there seems to be police presence right now. And again, as you've been saying and we're talking about, there is this active search for this gunman. He is on the loose, and that is one of the scariest things, on top of what has been an already nightmare of a night for people, is that people are hunkering down in their homes, keeping their doors locked, their vehicles locked, trying to keep safe as this gunman is on the loose. And Jake, as you keep saying, it's unclear, what kind of damage he could continue to do with that firearm he seems to have obtained.
And at this hour, we have a statement from Maine Medical Center in Portland. This is the only level 1 trauma facility in the state, according to their website. And there are, of course, trauma centers elsewhere in the region. The Central Maine Medical Facility in Lewiston can respond. But Maine Medical Center says that it can confirm it will receive at least 1 patient transport from Central Maine Medical Center. So already we know that at a very high level, the top trauma physicians who deal in this terrible business are talking with one another and moving people where they need to go. Liz, before I let you go briefly, I wonder what you'll be watching for in the coming days when the identification comes across from this person. What do you think law enforcement will want to know about him, and what will they be looking for first, do we think?
Well, certainly, I think how he obtained this weapon. Did he obtain this legally? What were the processes in place to obtain this weapon? And then also probably this person's, their record, what their occupation is, whether there was any motive, what the motive potentially was. We do know from the locations that we know so far of these shootings, the bar and this bowling alley, that it seems like this gunman was specifically targeting places where families and people and friends gather and get together. So what was this person's motive is going to be huge. And then, of course, just the stories of the victims. I mean, that's always the most important thing. We focus a lot on the gunman, of course, because the gunman is on the loose, but the stories of the people who sadly have lost their lives, and their lives have been shattered and changed tonight. Jake.
Yeah. Liz Kreutz, who has been working late with us to keep track of these terrible events in Maine tonight. Thank you, Liz, for everything you've been doing for us. Just moments ago, a reporter with our affiliate in Maine, that's WCSH, spoke to witnesses who say they saw a man run by with a gun. Have a listen.
I'm Jordan Sauter, Francis. I'm with News Center, Maine. What just happened?
Somebody was running with a gun. That's all we know, and then the cops came and pat us all the way down.
So the cops had you all lay down?
Oh, yeah, down right here, yeah.
Guns drawn at you all?
Yes.
And they saw somebody in this area?
No, he went in that building.
He went in that building? Did they clear the building?
No. The guy, the suspect went in that building?
All right, thank you all. Yeah.
Reporters, of course, across the region doing what they can to stay on top of that. Civilians there ordered to lie on the ground to make way for the law enforcement response. Just a terrible evening, and again, in a country racked by gun violence, another terrible night. It's one that no one in that region saw coming, just how terrible a scene. And of course, our thoughts will be with the people going into the coming days. This concludes our rolling coverage. We'll have much more ahead with our affiliate WCSH and online.
Law enforcement tonight about the person they are looking for at this hour.
So that's the one. If you go back to your teams.
Working to pull up that information again, the specific details police described.
Yep, so Lewiston Police Department released it. So the picture that we just showed you, law enforcement attempting to locate Robert Card. They've got a birth date here of April 4th, 1983. as a person of interest regarding the mass shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Rack tonight. Card should be considered armed and dangerous, and please contact law enforcement if you happen to be aware of his whereabouts. This is from the Lewiston Police Department. That's the picture. That's the description. Again, April 4th, 1983 birth date. Robert Card is who they're looking for.
So that puts him at 40. And this is the suspect they, as far as we know, are still looking for tonight. And again, with that description of the vehicle he is believed to have been in, that's on your screen right now. That's the photo of the car they say he was driving tonight. That white Subaru Outback, again with the black bumper. You can see just the edge of it on the left side of your screen right there. So again, that info just came in from Lewiston Police, describing and identifying for the first time by more than just a photograph who they are searching for right now. And again, because of that search, that shelter in place has expanded from, first it was Lewiston Auburn, and now it is all of Androscoggin County at this hour.
All right, let's go to Jack Mulmud, who I believe is still outside the hospital, Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. Hey, Jack.
That's right. Hey, Lee and Brian. You know, standing outside here out of Central Maine Medical Center, this is the hospital, the closest location to where that shooting took place, taking on the bulk of the victims here in this shooting that claimed the lives of 22 people here in Lewiston this evening. And as we've been talking throughout this night, much more of a tragedy than Lewiston. It involves Maine and the nation here as we reel in the loss of these 22 people. But standing outside here of Central Maine Medical Center earlier, as I said, we saw dozens of people waiting outside to find out any details on their loved ones, people giving their names of their loved ones, people working here to see if their loved one is in there or if their loved one survived or not from that shooting that took place, with the suspect still on the run there, with the entire Androscoggin County under a lockdown. And as you guys have said, that man that is on the loose, police are saying to look out for the man named Robert Card. You guys saw his photo there. And we've seen those photos. He's believed to be driving a white Subaru with a black bumper. He's around 40 years old. He should be considered armed and dangerous. Again, just a quick reminder for that. But to my left here, you could see the main entrance of the hospital. You see armed security guards there. They have been standing there now for the last 2 hours, making sure people can enter and leave safely. You can only imagine, just imagine the sensitivity and the shock that parents and families are facing as they approach this hospital to understand more about the situation and how it may have impacted their loved one. Nurses, first responders, doctors that we've seen walking in and out of here have just been it's hard to describe what's going on here because it's just been such pure shock. We've talked about this often, how you know, you prepare for this every day, but when the day comes like this, it's totally different. You know, some of those people that were staying out here are still waiting for answers to see if their loved one is safe or not. We spoke with a woman named Julie who moved to Lewiston when she was 17 years old. Last we spoke to her, she still does not know if her son is alive or dead. And she said he was in that shooting at Schmenge's Bar here in Lewiston. And she said she showed up here when she heard her son was shot, and she's still waiting to hear more. Let's go in and hear a little bit of what she has to say.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmenge's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
They told us that this is an active shooting. And while so many people, just like Julie, are just trying to understand the situation, us here are also trying to understand the gravity. It's hard to wrap your head around the pure human loss of life that has happened here. All the while we're talking about this, there have been multiple life flight helicopters landing here at Central Maine Medical Center. It is one of the sources for life flight helicopters. We've seen at least more than a dozen over the last 2 hours fly in and out of here, seemingly transporting patients out of here. But as we've been talking, it's an important reminder for our audience that there still is an active lockdown here in Androscoggin County. That means lock your doors, do not drive, stay inside as much as you can, and keep following for updates from law enforcement and us here on News Center as we try our best to learn more information that's going down here. But for now, we're live here in Lewiston outside Central Maine Medical Center. We'll toss it back to you, Zach, Amanda.
Jack Mulmond live outside of CMMC, as he just said, and he's talking about how difficult this is for a lot of families. Thank you for sticking with us. I'm Amanda Hill. This is Zach Blanchard.
Yeah, an incredibly difficult night for our state and for the country. We are just receiving statements from Senator King and Susan Collins saying that they've been in touch with President Joe Biden, all about Lewiston, Maine. Getting the headline tonight that at least 22 people killed in an active shooter situation. Folks just out for the night at a bar and grill in Lewiston, out for a bowling league after work.
Yeah, and if you are just joining us, this is where police have really focused their investigation at Spare Time Recreation. That's a bowling alley in Lewiston. That's on Mollison Way. Also at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, which is on Lincoln Street. It's about 4 miles from Spare Time Recreation there. We have also been told about some police activity in Lisbon Falls. We have our Hannah Cumler there. She's been briefing us on some of the activity there, but this is who police have been focusing their search on. This is Robert Card. He is 40 years old. Again, police are asking anyone to keep an eye out for him. If you do see him, obviously call your local police department and let them know. Do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous.
So again, take a close look at your screen there. This is the man police are looking for. Robert Card, 40 years old. They say he is the man who carried out the mass shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Recreation earlier this evening. Card is again considered armed and dangerous. If you know where he might be, take a look at your screen. If you know where this man is this evening, please give police a call. We are also waiting to hear more from police. They are expected to hold a press conference in just moments, I believe. We have a shot of that, the podium there, getting ready to hear from state police as well as local officials. I guess we don't have that shot right now, but as soon as state police and other agencies are prepared to speak there, we will carry it live right here on News Center Maine.
And we thank you for sticking with us through this coverage. I know this is difficult for many of you to see this coverage. It's difficult for us to report on it. Maine is obviously a small town. It's our hometown, and it's difficult to see. And this has become such a big thing. You've probably seen coverage on a lot of the national stations. The president has been briefed on what's going on. At this point, the FBI in Boston has gotten involved in this investigation. We know the ATF in Boston also joining in on this investigation. So a lot of agencies are involved in this. This is a big deal. And to put this into perspective, what we know from NBC News, they confirmed with Lewiston PD, 22 people killed in this one act of violence. Last year, Maine had 29 homicides overall. Through the year, 29 homicides in Maine. This is 22 in one night.
Yeah, you can see this video here from earlier, people just fleeing the scene. We see these images over and over again. We say repeatedly, it hasn't happened in Maine. Tonight it has. And as you at home are trying to make sense of this, trying to process this, I want to reiterate again, as Amanda said, you're not alone in this. There's help out there. If you feel like this moment is tough, please confide in your loved ones, hug your loved ones tonight. There are also, this happened early enough that there were likely kids who were awake to see this on the TV. So please keep an eye on them. Lewiston Public Schools announcing just well over an hour ago now, I guess, that school will not be in session tomorrow.
As well as Auburn.
Yep, as well as Auburn. The superintendent releasing a statement to please continue to shelter in place, of course. The Lewiston superintendent will continue to update you with information and next steps, saying our prayers go out to those who lost someone tonight. Our prayers go out to all those working to stop further loss of life. So again, several schools in the area, not just Lewiston, Auburn as well. I think there's some others coming in.
Even extending out, we know Mechanic Falls has closed, Poland, Brunswick, Gray New Gloucester. We heard earlier from Central Maine Community College, that's the college there in Auburn. They were saying that they will be closed tomorrow, and they are very aware of the situation. Earlier, Bates College was actually in lockdown. We heard from officials there. Still very much active in that area. area.
Yeah, and obviously this is a situation that, again, is not just impacting Lewiston, it's impacting all of these communities. And when you're talking about schools, one of the largest school districts in the state, Bonnie Eagle, even releasing a statement that they haven't decided whether or not to hold classes tomorrow, but they are awake right now. School leaders across the state really trying to make sense of this, making sure that students and families are supported as we're all trying to make sense of what happened in Lewiston tonight. Just to reiterate for you, at least 22 people killed in an active shooting in Lewiston. This is the man police are looking for. If you know who he is, if you've seen him, please give police a call. This is Robert Card. Police are considering him a person of interest in that shooting at Schmenge's Bar and Spare Time Recreation earlier this evening. They still have not been able to apprehend him. They're also looking for this white car here. They say there's a black bumper on the front. They're trying to locate Card, and they say he should be considered armed and dangerous. So if you happen to see this car, if you happen to see Card himself, do not approach. This image believed to be Card earlier this evening walking in to Spare Time Recreation. Definitely a hard security footage to watch there.
Very disturbing to see, but very important to see as well. And we know our Jack Mulmid has been live outside of Central Maine Medical Center. We also have someone outside of Maine Medical Center in Portland, where they're expecting at least one patient, they told us, is going there. And just to put into perspective how much this is affecting our hospitals here, that they even said, out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of the situation, Maine Medical Center and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. So, you know, people can't even go to visit loved ones who are in the hospital right now. This is very much affecting our, you know, and we know our hospitals prepare for these things. Absolutely. We know our police prepare for these things, but this is such a widespread event that I don't think anyone can really be ready for this.
Absolutely, and I think we have that shot now of the podium in Lewiston City Hall. Our reporters and several other reporters from across the state have been kind of stationed there, awaiting a press conference from state police. I imagine other local officials, likely the mayors of Lewiston and Auburn, are there. Perhaps even the governor likely to speak. You can see microphones there from news organizations across the state. There at Lewiston City Hall, and as soon as that press conference gets underway, we will be sure to bring it to you. Alex Haskell standing by there.
And just to reiterate what's going on here, active shooter in Lewiston, and the areas of focus have been Schmenge's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street and Spare Time Recreation on Mollison Way. They're about 4 miles apart, and at this point we know that at least 22 people have been killed. That's what NBC News is telling us. You can bet a lot more people have been injured. We know the hospitals are dealing with all of that, and we have reporters in various locations. There was police activity happening in Lisbon Falls. Our Hannah Kumler was there. Our Sam Olson is around Birch Street in Lewiston. She said about 50 or so police are at a staging area there. So we're certainly keeping an eye on what's going on. But again, this all remains very active.
Right, as police from multiple agencies, state and federal, it even seems now, are trying to track down this man. Take a look at your screen. Robert Card, he's 40 years old. He is the person police say opened fire at Spare Time and Schmenge's earlier this evening. And this is really having an effect on all across the state. Congressman Jared Golden, who is from Lewiston, represents District 2, sharing a statement saying, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work.
Also, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree saying, I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement, which they have been saying, please shelter in place, lock your doors, stay off the roads, let them. Clearly, they've been very active in Lewiston and in Lisbon Falls. So just let them have reign of the roads and where they need to be, but definitely lock your doors.
Yeah, I want to actually see if we can pull up some video because I want to focus on the human element of this. Jack Mulmid was at Central Maine Medical Center. I believe we have some video there. There were families kind of gathered outside the door. You can see even inside the hospital, it looks like they're staging hospital beds in what appear to be hallways, just because this is such a large situation for them to respond to. Family members there just waiting to hear the news, communicating with what appears to be maybe hospital staff, going through perhaps names of victims. These families just absolutely likely heartbroken, anxious. Jack even said some he spoke to were angry about what happened tonight. And to see that many people just swarm around a hospital in the state of Maine is not something we've ever seen before.
Never, never. And do we have the sound queued up, guys? I know Jack had spoken with a woman who was just waiting to hear word on her son.
A little freaked out. I want to know. You know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that this was
Wow. So just that sheer panic, I can't even begin to fathom what those families are experiencing tonight.
Yeah.
I believe we have News Center Maine's Hannah Kumler joining us now. She's live in Lisbon Falls, where there's a lot of police activity there. Hannah, what are you seeing?
Hey, Zach. Yeah, we've actually changed location. Before, when we saw you last time, we were across the street here. Now we're right in front of Lisbon High School, which you can see. But we were actually instructed to leave. An officer came over to us who was heavily armed and said, "Do with this information what you will, but we are working a scene a half-mile away, and I don't know how safe it is for you to be here." When I asked, "Okay, should we get in our car or leave?" he said, "I would not be here." So Sam and I packed up and came a little bit further away. I want to tell you, though, what happened while we were waiting from my last live shot to this current one. There's a police presence, a strong one, blocking Frost Hill Ave, which is what I told you last time. It's a road that we attempted to go down, but we're turned around. We were trying to get to a boat launch at the end of that road, and now that road is completely blocked off. There is, I don't know, probably 15 police vehicles in total over there, but within like a 5-minute stretch, it really seemed like police were gearing up, loading weapons and putting them on, and then all of their lights went off. That's the only thing we observed before we were instructed to leave. Now, we have been here at Lisbon High School for a few minutes since, and we can't see anything that is happening, but we were told that it is unsafe to be where we were, and so, of course, we did leave, and we'll continue to keep you updated. For those who missed us last time, we're in Lisbon Falls here, and when we arrived, there was a chopper that's circling. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's still up there. We're going to try to see if we can capture it here for you. It has been circling now for, I don't know, upward near an hour with a spotlight pointing down. So it's definitely, as we've been mentioning this whole time, very active scene here. Androscoggin River is where that boat launch was, we told you, at the end of Frost Hill Ave. The area we're in right now is Lisbon Falls, as I mentioned, but it's the Route 196 junction. It connects a lot of major roads. Lisbon Street, as I think Brian mentioned earlier, it's a major throughway, which is shut down right now, right up at that mobile station. And then the other road is Ridge Road, which is what Frost Hill Ave is off of. So all of these roads are blocked. Every vehicle that's going through, whether it's residents or people just traveling through, are being stopped by police officers asking where they're going. There's lights being shown in cars, and police are just very, very heavily monitoring this area. What that means remains to be seen, but as we've been mentioning this entire time, it's horrible, devastating what's happening to us. It's not normal. But what is really impressive and reassuring is the response that we've seen throughout the state of Maine to make sure that we're safe. And so I think, as Amanda said earlier, if you are at home, stay at home, lock your doors, be as safe as you can be in the confines of your home. And we'll continue to keep you updated from here. But for now, Zach, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Hannah Kumler there. We want to kind of give perspective about how far she is from the original scene. We're talking about 10 miles, about a 20-minute drive from Lewiston Center. And if Hannah Kumler's still with us, we'd love to talk to her some more about what she's seeing there. Hannah, when you first got there, I think you were pushed back from the scene. Have you been pushed back even further?
No, so originally when we got here, we attempted, Sam Rogers is here with me, to drive down to the boat launch. And there was some police set up down there who instructed us to come back up towards the end of the road. So we went down Frost Hill Ave and we had to come back up to this junction area. We were up kind of staged in when I first talked to you guys up by that gas station. And we've just been instructed to leave. And it was kind of like, you know, we were told, do with the information what you will, but it is not safe. And so we have crossed the street down the road a little bit to Lisbon High, and that's where we're situated for now until we hear anything else.
Hannah, you mentioned Lisbon Street, major throughway, that's closed off right now. We're seeing some cars move behind you. Are cars being let through now, or is this mostly just police presence?
I should say, yeah, that's a great distinction, Amanda, that it is closed down. If Sam, can you pan over next to the gas station there? You can see where there's a sheriff's vehicle parked. That's where it stops. So vehicles are allowed to travel up to that point, and then it's kind of, do you live around here? Are you traveling through? And there's kind of almost like a checkpoint situation that's happening. So it's really only roads that are accessible to the Androscoggin River, which is in that direction. So kind of strategic blocks for the police, I'd say.
Anna Kumler live in Lisbon Falls tonight. Thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in a bit. Of course, the activity there is all related to police trying to track down the suspect. We want to pull that picture up for you again, if possible. This is Robert Card. Take a look at your screen. 40 years old. He's the person police say opened fire at those two locations in Lewiston earlier this evening. If you see him, police say he is considered armed and dangerous, so do not approach him, but call police right away.
I want to read this statement, too, from Senator Susan Collins. We mentioned that all of Maine's delegation has been completely keyed in on this, but she mentioned that as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from all across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. So the president clearly clued in on this. We know, again, that the FBI in Boston has offered their assistance in this investigation. A lot of agencies involved in this tonight.
Absolutely. And the president also in touch with other members of Maine's congressional delegation, including Senator Angus King. So this is having an effect not just here in Maine, but across the country this evening. I also want to point out that Bates College in the Lewiston-Auburn area is in lockdown right now as well. We're hearing about some police activity there too. We'll, of course, as soon as we get more information about exactly what's happening there, we'll keep you updated as well.
Thank you to everyone, too, who has been sending us updates and video from what they see from their homes. Obviously, very, very active throughout Lewiston this evening. We're seeing police cars in multiple areas, and we know there's definitely a heavy police presence outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where a lot of these victims have been taken. We know that at least one patient was being taken to Maine Medical Center in Portland, which is where they can handle a little bit higher levels of trauma. Obviously, Central Maine Medical Center obviously set up for trauma as well, but I'm sure they're overloaded with the number of people. We saw the crowds standing out there waiting to hear anything.
Yeah. Tough night indeed. I want to see if we have that video from outside of Central Maine Medical Center, but I also want to bring us back to where this all started. I don't know if we have that video ready. This happened again on a Wednesday night, when folks were just gathered after work for some bowling leagues out at a restaurant, when police say this man, Robert Card, who was captured on surveillance video there, entered the bowling alley and then apparently the restaurant at some point. We don't know the exact timeline. They're also looking for that white Subaru Outback you just saw. You can see people just running from the scene.
This is spare time right now, or it was a few hours ago. That was, that area was certainly cleared out. We definitely heard from Mary Ellen Davis as well, who happened to be at the senior center across the way. She was with a knitting group. They were evacuated by police. We know that in that area of Molliston Way there in Lewiston, there are a few restaurants, and like you said, Zach, Wednesday night you have families that are out. You had a bowling league that was at Spare Time Recreation. A lot of people affected by this, and we even heard even in Auburn, across the bridge, there were restaurants and bars that were going into lockdown. There were kids who were playing hockey at the rink in Auburn who had to stop playing, and parents had to come pick them up. I mean, a very scary situation in both communities this evening.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to actually hear from Mary Ellen. Chris Costa spoke to her earlier. Take a listen to that.
The police stormed the building when we alerted them to the fact that one of the back doors had been left ajar. So we were told quite sternly to get out of the building there were about as many police officers in the building as there were knitters.
Oh, wow. Is this a big building?
Seniors Plus?
Yes.
No, it's just a one-story building. Fortunately, almost all the lights are motion censored. So if anybody had come down any of the hallways or something like that, we would have seen them coming long before we would have heard them.
Okay.
So
they evacuated you from the building to make sure that.
Right now, because we're outside standing in the cold.
Sorry, can you say that again?
We're outside standing in the cold. We're about as safe as we can be right now.
Because so they took you out of the building because they needed to search the building in case someone was hiding in there. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't find anybody.
To the best of my knowledge, the shooter is still loose.
Has anybody told you officially how many shooters there are?
No.
Okay.
Again, that was Mary Ellen Davis. She was at the senior center across the way from Spare Time Recreation, just recapping her ordeal there, where police came to their building and made them evacuate.
Yeah, and of course that was the scene across a number of buildings in that area. There are other restaurants, other venues. You mentioned earlier kids at the hockey rink. So many people had to do just what she did, shelter in place, not knowing what was going on outside the doors. Hopefully many of them have now gotten to safety if they could, as police search for that gunman. We're thinking here, some people have asked, what about blood donations at a time like this? With all these folks flooding to the hospitals, they desperately need blood when they're treating these patients. So we did reach out to the Red Cross, and they tell us they've been working to overcome a blood shortage since mid-September through its national inventory. I'm just reading right off the email here. The Red Cross can provide much-needed blood wherever and whenever the need arises, thanks to volunteer blood donations who step up every day to save lives. So they are grateful for donors. They did mention that their center in Auburn is currently on lockdown, but they are planning to adjust if there are any people who are willing to donate blood at a time like this.
Certainly worth checking in with them, I would say, tomorrow. Yes. Let things sort of calm down a little bit, but sure, the shortage, the need is definitely going to be great tomorrow. Also worth reminding people that police are looking for 40-year-old Robert Card. I know we've been sharing his photo, but he is the man believed to be, he is the person of interest in this shooting. We do know that 22 people have been killed. That's from NBC, who got that information from Lewiston Police. And again, we're still waiting to hear from police tonight. Our Alex Haskell is live at the Lewiston City Hall, where Lewiston Police, Androscoggin County Sheriffs, and Maine State Police have all gathered. And it sounds like the ATF from Boston is on their way there, if they're not there yet, to all sort of regroup and gather all of the information and let all of us know exactly what's going on, and hopefully we have a resolution to this very soon. But in the meantime, they're asking everyone to shelter in place, lock your doors.
And we've said that number 22, at least 22, over and over and over again tonight. Those are human beings. Those are moms, dads, brothers, and sisters. To put it into perspective, last year in Maine there were 29 homicides. Today alone, 22 people died.
That's a big number, and it's something that we here in Maine have never seen. And obviously, it's a big deal. A lot of national news networks have been picking this up and covering this because this affects a lot of people. We're hearing that the police are getting ready to do a press conference, so we'll get to that the minute we see them come up to the podium there. We're keeping an eye on that. But again, just to remind you that this has been a very active scene all night tonight. We first got word of it around 6:30 tonight, and so we've had reporters on scenes, in multiple scenes. We've been at Spare Time Recreation, Schmenge's Bar and Grill you see there on Lincoln. All right, we're going to toss over to police at Lewiston City Hall.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen, from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight, in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. The Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you those opportunities to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation, so the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that, and when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of, but I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police, to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label enlist and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. These are the flyers that we were mentioning, so feel free to grab those. And we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you very much.
That was Commissioner for Maine's Public Safety, Michael Soschuk, just briefing the press on what's going on. Really, we didn't get much information out of that, except that they continue to be searching for 40-year-old Robert Card, who they are calling a person of interest in this. And they did locate a vehicle that they believed he was in Lisbon, but it was empty. So they are asking people in Lisbon to shelter in place while they continue their search. Robert Card is believed to be armed and dangerous. They are also still asking people in Lewiston to shelter in place at this point.
Yeah, the only other major bit of information there was that there is a reunification center they've opened up as well. That's at the Auburn Middle School at 38 Falcon Court, I believe. So they have opened up a reunification center for families there. And in terms of the numbers are reporting, we just want to be clear here. We are reporting at least 22 people killed in that Lewiston shooting. This is according to NBC News through the Lewiston Police Department. But as you heard there, Michael Soschuk, the commissioner for Department of Public Safety, was not ready to firmly say just how many. And of course, this is tough for them. We understand taking reporters' questions like that. So they're trying to make sure that information is right before they officially say it. But we just want to be transparent about where that number is coming from on our end.
And of course, we certainly recognize this is very difficult for families to be watching and unsure of whether their loved ones, whether their friends were at Schmenge's or whether they were at Spare Time or somehow caught up in the midst of any of this, or maybe they have people in Lisbon Falls who are being asked to shelter in place, or in Lewiston being asked to shelter in place. But again, as Zach just mentioned, that reunification center at Auburn Middle School, 38 Falcon Drive, that's going to be a very important place tonight for a lot of these families and friends who don't have any answers. They haven't heard from, their father they tried to call, or their son they tried to call. And so that's a place where you can go to get some information. You can find out more information on a loved one. They also have a behavioral health liaison there, which is going to be very, very important moving forward.
Yeah, in the days and even weeks ahead, it is going to be a process for everyone to come to grips with this, especially those families who are directly impacted. We can't even imagine what they're going through tonight. Again, I do want to pull up this picture. This is the man police say they are looking for tonight, and that is the car they say they did find empty in Lisbon. If you know anything about where Robert Card of Bowdoin is, he's 40 years old. you are asked to call police. They say you can just call 911 if you happen to see him tonight, because this is a manhunt at this point. They are the hundreds of officers from across the state and even New England coming in to try and track this man down. His picture right there on your screen. They are saying he is a person of interest in this case tonight.
And again, if you don't have to go to this reunification center in Auburn Middle School, please stay home. Stay where you are. Shelter in place is the message to everyone right now. But if you are very concerned about your loved ones, if you're maybe waiting outside of Central Maine Medical Center, again, the reunification center they're sending people to is at the Auburn Middle School on Falcon Drive. But again, if you don't have to be out, that's the big message from police is stay at home. Even Bates College in Lewiston is on lockdown right now. They're telling their students to stay put.
Right, and we're getting a number of schools announcing that they're canceling classes tomorrow. So we will try to get an updated list, but they seem to just be coming in more and more of schools in the greater Lewiston area saying, no, we're not going to bring kids in. It's just not the time for that. So families obviously check with your local school district. You probably received the text message or email tonight, but there are other schools that we have received messages from. If you haven't heard from your school, like Bonnie Eagle, the superintendent's acknowledging that they are weighing the decision and will make a final announcement in the morning, but of course understanding the gravity of the situation tonight.
This is video from earlier tonight outside of Spare Time Recreation, and yeah, speaking on that school subject, we keep talking about how much this impacts people all over the state. There are schools in Poland, Mechanic Falls, Bowdoin, Brunswick, that have closed. And the reason I said Bowdoin is because that's where Robert Card is from. That's what police are telling us. But we know Poland, Mechanic Falls, Brunswick, Gray, New Gloucester, they're not directly close to Lewiston, but they're closing tomorrow. So definitely keep in touch with your school. If you have not gotten the text, keep an eye out on any decisions made. And again, at Auburn Middle School, there will be a behavioral health liaison there tonight. We just heard Commissioner Michael Soschuk with Maine's Public Safety Department talk about how this is still a very fluid situation. Still very active scenes all over Lewiston that we're hearing from our reporters, and still a very active scene in Lisbon Falls where our reporter Hannah Kumler is. Right now you're looking at video from Central Maine Medical Center where crowds have just gathered outside waiting for any sort of information on their people who were either at Schmenge's Bar and Grill tonight or at Spare Time Recreation.
Yeah, just seeing the number of people gather around that hospital tonight waiting for the news about their loved ones is quite unimaginable. I imagine they're trying to get some folks away from that hospital and get them to this center in Auburn, and just trying to kind of make sure things are set up for them so that they can get them the information they need.
We are still getting some photos and videos in from our reporters who were out on the scene, but they have been out there since we first heard of this situation. And we just heard from Michael Soschuk, who said the situation first happened around 6:56 tonight. You can imagine 6:56 on a Wednesday night. A lot of people out.
Are out of work.
Yeah.
At the bar, at the restaurant, at the bowling alley, just off of work, trying to relax with friends, probably family, and then the unimaginable happened. And I don't want to overstate that it wasn't just those people necessarily. It was also the entire Lewiston area that got that alert on their phone, right? Yeah. And was sheltered in place wherever they were, whether it was a grocery store or a hockey rink, getting that message on their phone and not knowing what was happening. Obviously, just a really terrifying situation tonight.
And we spoke with our reporter Alex Haskell a little bit earlier tonight, and it was just, this is all very new for all of us. This is something that we have not seen here in Maine before, but just he was so shocked by the fact that while they were driving into Lewiston, just to get to the scene, they drove by a man who was walking, because the streets were fairly empty by that point. People were getting the message, stay home. Walked by a man who was on the phone and just started running because he clearly got the information about what was going on. And he said it's terrifying. Something like that sticks with you to see what's going on in that area. So our hearts certainly go out to all of
Absolutely,
you.
and it continues. I think you hear the helicopters swirling above, you hear ambulances, police cars getting to where they need to go. So we understand that you at home, you in those communities are experiencing this right now in a very, very real way, and it is not lost on our state, it is not lost on us, it's not lost on the country. Senator Angus King says he's been in touch with President Joe Biden and offered any, the president offered any federal assistance he can provide to the people. Given the horrific nature of the events, Senator King will be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can, he's saying in a statement there.
And we have heard from, again, a number of different agencies that are involved in this now. The FBI out of Boston, the ATF out of Boston. Of course, the president has been briefed on all of this, our entire delegation we've heard from tonight. Very real, very hard-hitting. And you mentioned the Red Cross and how so many viewers have actually reached out to us saying, how can I help? There's got to be a way to donate blood. And the Red Cross has been working to overcome a blood shortage since mid-September. And they're hoping to be able to provide blood, but they certainly always appreciate people who are willing to donate. Due to this incident, though, the Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is currently under lockdown, but they will notify scheduled donors if they need to adjust center hours. So something to keep track of tomorrow if you do have an appointment already set up in Auburn. But I'm sure they will be looking for blood donations, so something to keep an eye on tomorrow.
Yeah, meantime, police continue their search for the man they are calling right now just a person of interest in this shooting. He's right there on your screen, 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. They say he is a person of interest in the mass shooting at Spare Time Recreation and Schmenge's Bar earlier this evening. So if you see Robert Card, you are asked to call police. Police saying you can just call 911. Especially if you feel like there's an unsafe situation. He is considered armed and dangerous, so you should not approach him. But if you see him or know where he might be, please give police a call.
And just a reminder that there is a reunification center that is being set up right now at the Auburn Middle School. That's 38 Falcon Drive. If you're worried about your loved ones, your people, that's the place they're telling people to go right now to get a little bit more information about where that person may be, whether they are affected. Police are certainly working around the clock along with, all of the staff at the hospitals there in Lewiston, plus the hospital Maine Med in Portland. We've heard from them. In fact, Maine Med ready to take any of the patients that they can't handle there in Lewiston, and they have even closed their campus to any outsiders tonight. It's open obviously to their patients, but at this point they're preparing for the worst, and so they're asking anyone else to stay away from their campus tonight.
I want to talk to our folks in the control room right now. Do we have anyone, any of our reporters available? Not yet. Okay, so we are continuing to work to get more information. We have reporters out in the field. This is some surveillance video from earlier in the night. The car, police say they did find, but empty, and they're looking for Andrew Card of Bowdoin.
Robert Card.
Robert Card, excuse me, of Bowdoin. And this image we have shared a lot tonight. Tough to look at, of a gunman entering Spare Time there with a large weapon and inflicting horror on many, many people there tonight.
And just to clarify as well, we just heard from Commissioner for Public Safety Michael Soschuk about how it's been a little frustrating for them to see different numbers out there, and they would not confirm any casualties for us. But the number that we have here came from NBC, and they say that came specifically from Lewiston Police. So we're sticking with it. 22 people is what we are told who have been killed in this shooting at Spare Time Recreation and then at Schmenge's Bar and Grill, just 4 miles away. And again, this is the car that police say they found 10 miles away in Lisbon.
A 20-minute drive there. And we heard from Hannah Kumler earlier, who was there, and she kind of showed that they were closing off some major routes, but it seemed there was still some traffic flowing. So some people still out and about despite these orders to stay inside if you can. But police obviously centering in on an area in Lisbon where they continue their search for this person of interest tonight. If you see him, please give police a call.
And again, that shelter in place has been in place in Lewiston, but it has now extended to Lisbon, where police found that empty car, and that seems to be where they're focusing their search at this point. At least that's what we just heard from Michael Soschuk. So we did see, like you said, in the background of Hannah's live shot, we saw a lot of cars moving around back there. So hopefully people are getting the message to get home and lock the doors and stay safe.
Yeah, and Commissioner Soschuk earlier, didn't share some firm numbers, did share information about just the sheer response here that we're talking about. Obviously, you've seen the images of the police cars and whatnot swarming the scene, but in this case, he's talking about hundreds of police officers, law enforcement officers from Lewiston, from the county, from the state, from across New England, even the ATF, FBI, from the Boston Bureau, other federal agencies getting involved in this search at this point, because as it drags on, it gets harder and harder for them to track down the person. But of course, it's a numbers game. So they're saying if we can get enough feet on the ground looking for him, hopefully they can track him down, which is why they need your help. Really, if you think about just how vast Maine is, how quickly it is, how easy it is rather to get to more rural areas. If you happen to see him anywhere in the greater Lewiston area or beyond, police really ask you give them a call. You can do so anonymously, whatever you need to do to get information to police so they can track this man down tonight.
Which that in itself, that number too, that's a huge number. Hundreds of police in Maine right now searching for Robert Card, the 40-year-old person of interest from Bowdoin. They found his car in Lisbon. Hundreds of police. It's an astounding number. You think about the number of agencies that would have to be responding to this here in Maine. A lot of response here.
Yeah, we haven't seen something of this magnitude, a manhunt like this, since perhaps the murder and death of Corporal Cole in Somerset County that had agencies from across the state and country come in. Of course, that was a horrific time for our state, and this is yet another on just a whole another scale. And speaking of that, we've been trying to kind of keep in touch tonight with each other about that this is real, that we are human, we're experiencing this with you, and we can't even begin to imagine what folks in Lewiston are going through tonight. All of those people who were gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center waiting for the news about their loved ones. I think we even have some sound on that from someone at Central Maine Medical Center earlier who was just waiting to hear the news about their loved one. All right, it looks like we don't have that, but we do have Hannah Kumler back. She is live in Lisbon. Hannah, has the situation changed there? It looks like there may not be as many cruisers behind you.
Actually, there's probably the same amount. It's kind of a little bit deceiving because it's so dark behind me, but that's because their headlights and their lights on top of their vehicles are off right now. So there is still a very strong presence. We've had cars moving around us this entire time, kind of patrolling the area. We're still in front of Lisbon High School. Once again, we moved from across the street. Here's a cruiser coming by right now. So you can see that it is active. The chopper is still in the sky. If we do happen to get a shot of it, we'll of course show you. We were across the street earlier when an officer approached us and let us know that, hey, it's not safe right here, and I wouldn't be here if I were you, sort of thing. So we got in our car and we came a little bit further away. And then once the shelter in place was put in place, Sam and I were in the vehicle and are just hopping out, to just kind of update you on the scene here. I heard you earlier, Zach and Amanda mentioned that Lisbon Street is shut down, but you're still seeing cars moving about. It is just blocked off right here. So this is like if you were to be going from Lisbon Falls into Lisbon Center. cars are not being let through here. We've seen several cars either turn around, or if they live past this block where that cruiser is sitting, then they're allowed to go through. But police are checking every car that goes that way, and some are turning around in the gas station and heading back. So for those familiar with this area, we're at Lisbon High School, which has announced that they are closed tomorrow, as so many other schools are in the state of Maine because of this horrible incident. And also, we're right in the Route 196 junction. So that is Ridge Road and Lisbon Street. Where there seems to be a lot of officers gathering, a lot of activity, is at the base of Frost Hill Ave. Now, at the end of that street is a boat launch on the Androscoggin River. That's where we've heard a lot of there might be something happening there. We attempted to go down to the boat launch, but we're turned around. So they have blocked off that road after our attempt, shortly after. And it seems like the chopper that's circling has a spotlight that is, I think, both land. I'm not entirely sure, but the Androscoggin River is behind us, and that is where we first saw the chopper. So not entirely sure what is happening, but we just know that it remains active here in Lisbon Falls.
But Hannah, it looks like earlier we were noticing there was some traffic flowing through the area that's died down, probably likely because it's late. But right. You've noticed fewer and fewer people on the road since that shelter-in-place order has been put in place?
I think so, yeah. I mean, for instance, right now 2 cars are pulling up, and we'll see what happens to them if they get turned around or they're let through. But I think just not kind of a quiet area anyways. If the most action is happening, it's going to be at this junction. But I do think that it's gotten quieter, whether that's a shelter in place or just because the night is winding down. I'm not sure. But I think word's gotten around, as we've seen on social media, that there's a lot of commotion happening down here at Lisbon Falls and that people are instructed to stay in their homes. We're looking at something happening right now at the mobile station across the street. It looks like several vehicles are pulling into this parking lot, which has kind of been an area where a lot of law enforcement are gathering. But you're looking at it right now. We have about 5 or 6 vehicles that just pulled in. I will say almost all of the officers that we've seen here tonight are armed with large guns, not what we're used to seeing, certainly what Lisbon Falls is not used to seeing. You can see this is Lisbon Street that you're looking at, a car maybe turning around here at the gas station. It's just a familiar sight, kind of what we've been dealing with tonight. So yeah, we'll continue to keep you updated. Not entirely sure what's happening, only can say that an officer did approach us and said that they were working a scene about a half mile away. And that's when they instructed us to get some distance from where they were at, just for safety reasons. So.
Yeah, and Hannah, by looking at those cars that we just saw in that shot there, it looked like they are unmarked police vehicles of some kind. Just looking at like those vehicles pulling into the gas station there. Obviously, we don't know if something's happening at the gas station or if maybe it's kind of more of a staging area just because it's the outside edge of the area they've closed off. But Hannah, thanks so much.
We've had multiple staging areas. The Colisée in Lewiston. There were certain streets in Lewiston. We've seen them stage outside of Central Maine Medical Center. Obviously, they were staged outside of Spare Time for a while, and Schmeggy's as well. And again, this speaks to that large police presence. This is something that's kind of pulled all hands on deck at this point. Commissioner Michael Soschuk saying hundreds of police officers are involved in this search for 40-year-old Robert Card. He is the person of interest. He is the person that police are looking for.
Yeah, and not just hundreds of officers working tonight. We have a lot of healthcare professionals responding in this situation. News Center Maine's Jack Molmid has been outside Central Maine Medical Center throughout the evening. And earlier, Jack, there were a number of family members or friends outside of the hospital there kind of waiting for information. They've since announced a staging area for them to go, but are there still folks there?
Hey, Zach and Amanda. There's barely anybody really trickling in and out here at the Central Maine Medical Center, right where we've been for the last 2 hours or so. But like you said earlier, about 2 hours ago, there were dozens of family members, parents, people lining up to give their information to people working here at the hospital about their loved one, to see if their loved one was involved or hurt or injured or died in any of these shootings. We spoke with people who were just confused and frustrated over what was happening here too. But over the past 2 hours, it's really just been a slow trickle of people in and out of here. Obviously, people walking inside were affected by this in some capacity. Either they have a loved one who is being treated here at the Central Maine Medical Center, or they have a loved one, unfortunately, who passed away. Again, it was 22 people killed here in Lewiston this evening. 22 people in Lewiston. And like we've been saying, it's not just a Lewiston event that's happened. This is a Maine issue. This is a nationwide issue, that a tragedy that we've seen here. 22 lives taken. And there's been armed guards, armed law enforcement members here as well, most of the time, keeping watch. We were actually on the main street here and had those armed guards tell us to get down to the rampway here so that we could stay away from the main road while they continue to search for that suspect that we've been talking about for so long. And if we could pan a little bit to my left here, we could see that's where the main entrance is of the center. And I don't know where the camera is right now, but you could, if you look carefully, you could see some of those armed guards walking around, kind of making sure that people who have had family, who have been impacted, can come and go safely, so that they can come and go safely, because we still have somebody at large here in our community in Maine. Who police believe shot and killed 22 people here. And as you heard Commissioner Soschuk say, hundreds of police officers, quite a few of them here, making sure that those people who have loved ones impacted this can safely enter. One of those loved ones we did talk to, her name is Julie. She said she moved here to Lewiston when she was 17 or 18 years old. We say this a lot, that we don't think it could happen here, but the way she said it, just especially coming from a mother who tells me that she doesn't know if her son, who was involved at Shmengi's bar, she got the call that he was shot there. She doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Last we spoke to her, she still doesn't know. She voiced her frustration over it. Take a listen to what she had to say here.
I'm a little freaked out. I want to know. You know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking to that right now. And so as we stand here, there still is that active shelter-in-place order that is happening, not only in Lewiston, but in Lisbon as well, as Commissioner Soschuk said in his press conference. But as we stand here, just know that there is that shelter-in-place going on. So do not leave your house. Lock your doors. Try not to leave your house at all. And as we've been saying all night, there is going to be a relocation area. I believe that's in Auburn. I believe you guys could talk a little bit more about that. But for now, we're standing here at the Central Maine Medical Center, the nearest hospital to where this awfully deadly shooting took place, where 22 people were killed here in Lewiston this evening. But for now, we're reporting live here in Lewiston.
Jack Mohammed, live for us again in Lewiston tonight, multiple times with the updates. We appreciate that, Jack. And as we cross into a new day now, Thursday morning, thanks for staying with us.
Yeah, and we heard Jack reference the Commissioner Mike Soschuk from State Police, who just spoke recently. Our Alex Haskell is standing by there live and just heard what the Commissioner had to say. Alex, you can bring us up to date.
Hi guys, yeah, well, just want to let you know right now we are in Auburn. We are at the middle school. I want to give you the address. It is 38 Falcon Drive, and we heard the commissioner talk about this location. This is where they have set up a reunification center. This is where anyone can come if you have questions, if you have concerns, if you can't find a loved one, or believed if a loved one, if a friend, family member was involved in tonight's shooting, yesterday's shooting. This is the place to come. They have counselors on hand, and it is secure here. We was driving up the driveway here, and police stopped us, shined a flashlight in our car. So this is a safe place to be right now if you have concerns, if you have questions. And this news is just coming out as of a few minutes ago. So we're slowly seeing people arrive here on scene, either bringing their questions or their concerns. And we also want to mention, as I'm sure you have been hearing tonight, Lewiston isn't the only place to, stay inside, be safe. Also Lisbon, both stay inside in those locations. And again, this location in Auburn is safe with the police officers here. Now, I want to toss to some sound that we heard from the commissioner, just talking about, all the police that have been involved in this effort to keep everyone safe and find the suspect.
we have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And again, some of those police officers here tonight. I will give you that address again, 38 Falcon Drive, Auburn Middle School. This is a reunification center. If you have questions, concerns, looking for a loved one, this is the place to be. Brian and Lee, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. And Alex, standing by what he probably described as that reunification center, and for the woman that Jack spoke with and that we just saw, this kind of streamlines the process, if you will, to get the information to the people who are missing their loved ones, don't know if they're okay, have questions about getting status updates on them, and instead of trying to find all of the people, picking a central location, getting them there, and then there's one place for everybody to get the information that they need and they so desperately obviously deserve.
And certainly you imagine also helps the law enforcement side of getting the names of the people who need to be contacted and coordinated and all of that. We're talking about a lot of people tonight. 22 people is what NBC is reporting through Lewiston Police. But as we heard in the briefing that we were so anxiously waiting for a while from the Commissioner of Public Safety, not committing to a number at this point. And certainly can appreciate that perspective and can appreciate your perspective of wanting a number, needing some information to hold on to.
And at the same time, as a mayor, as somebody watching, I wanted to hear him say 22, right? Because I was hoping to hear something more definite, clearly understanding why the commissioner can't do that. So many things going on. First and foremost, they still don't have Robert Card. They found his car anyway in Lisbon at the boat launch on Frost Hill Road in Lisbon. The car was found, but he was not with the car. So, and it's been relatively quiet, if you will, the chatter about where they're seemingly looking for him next. So that's obviously a point of concern because right now they don't have him, and until they have him, we don't know where he is. So.
Right, and I think in those, we know in those kind of initial first few hours after we learned about this, there were reports of a group of police officers here, a group of police officers there, and there was that feeling of, okay, this is very wide, and there is at least, I think, a breath of calm now that we're not hearing as much as that. To your point, we've seen these focused areas, like where Hannah Kumler is near that boat launch, and as you had mentioned earlier, we were on the air a couple hours ago, that all of Androscoggin County is in essentially this shelter in place. Lisbon was specifically identified, as we learned, because that is where they found the vehicle that they believed he was in without him. So there is that warning tonight.
And not just that, because if you didn't hear this earlier, Maine Medical Center, out of an abundance of caution, also on lockdown. If you're not a nurse or a doctor or a worker or a patient, you're not getting in. So the hospital has locked down as well to be safe because we do not know where Robert Card is. He hasn't been caught yet, and therefore safety has to be paramount here.
And the question was asked during the briefing with Public Safety Commissioner, are there other shooters? Are there other people you're looking for? Wouldn't necessarily answer that question either, simply saying that this person on your screen right now is their person of interest. These are the photos police released, however, of who they are now saying is Robert Card. That is the entryway of Spare Time Recreation, which is in Lewiston off Mollison Way, just off Main Street. Multiple angles of him. You can see his face pretty clearly there, and then also sharing this would be the vehicle that we have to believe is the vehicle they found in Lisbon, because that's the one they told us they were looking for, that Subaru.
As we sit here at 12:09, the aftermath if you will, of what tomorrow/today was going to look like. A lot of school cancellations, certainly in Androscoggin County. A lot of schools, whether they were directly affected or not, just out of respect, I guess, and safety, just they're not going to open. Even outside of Androscoggin County, schools are not. Some schools are not opening tomorrow. That's already been announced, and I know there have been notifications from other schools as far away as South Portland, where they're keeping an eye on it, and they haven't decided yet if they're going to be open tomorrow. So a lot, I think, will certainly depend on, if and when Robert Card is caught, where his last known whereabouts might be. If he migrates to a different part of the state, then obviously that part of the state would be on high alert. So there's just a lot of unknowns, unfortunately. We like to speak in knowns here. This is our job, is to speak in knowns, and we're being very careful to tell you what we actually know, and not what we've heard, and not what we've seen, and not what we've read, and not what our buddy's third cousin told us. I mean, this is, the information superhighway can be super useful and very helpful and very important in situations like this. It could also be very detrimental. So I will caution you for the probably 10th time at this point to just be very careful. Everybody's interested in what's going on here. Everybody wants to know. Everybody cares. It all comes from a place of love. Nobody's trying to do, misspread information that's not correct. But be very careful with what you think you've seen or heard or know, and make sure that it is verified information, as Commissioner Soschuk touched on earlier. That will make everybody's life a lot easier in keeping everybody as calm as possible in this very chaotic situation, tragic situation. The news is not good. There's nothing good to talk about here. And it's just, we need to keep as many people safe as we can, and we need to find Robert Card as soon as possible.
Another note on the school closings, and as you said, as those will likely increase as the morning wanes on here, our team is working diligently right now to compile all of the information we are getting to get it to you, and that includes the school closings, because that will impact your world in the morning. So they are compiling a list of those closings. You can find them on the News Center Maine app if you've lost track of who is and who's just looking at it, and as we get that confirmed, we'll have that there as well.
Well, especially because we're reading to you in real time. So as soon as we hear it, we're just literally going in one and out the other. And it's not just schools. The Lewiston DMV will be closed tomorrow. They announced that a little over an hour ago. So that's not a school. That's that's a business. I'm assuming there'll be other businesses, certainly in the immediate Lewiston and Auburn areas that will follow suit in that regard. So there's just a lot to keep track of, a lot of things you need to know. And as soon as we know them to be true, we'll certainly pass them along and try to streamline it as well as possible so that you have an easy way to disseminate all the information that we're throwing at you in real time here. Our reporters are scattered all over the place, giving us their information in real time as well. So we are we're doing our jobs, and which is to keep you informed and hopefully in turn keep you safe, and hopefully in turn help the police find Robert Card.
On the note of changing information and impacts to what would have been normal life tomorrow, St. Mary's Health System saying all elective procedures and surgeries scheduled for the morning have now been canceled. All their practices are closed, and they will be reaching out if you had something scheduled to reschedule that. So again, an emphasis on their resources and their energy needs to be on these things and caring for these patients.
You and I talked about this, and Commissioner Soschuk touched on it as well. We keep showing you pictures of Robert Card, the person of interest here. We've been, these are from surveillance cameras. They're in the area, either of Schmenges or of Spare Time. I'm not sure exactly where. That's the bowling alley. So from there, so we're showing you these pictures so you can be aware. But the commissioner was very clear. We're not looking for anybody to go find him. We're not looking for people to be on the lookout for him, because you're not supposed to be anywhere. This is just in case you happen to find yourself in a position where you do come across him or see something, or even the commissioner was very clear, if you see something that might be, you don't have to be definite about it. If you think might be, then you would share that, and that way that might help close the gap here on where he is and how to find him. But again, do not approach. He is considered, in the commissioner's words, to be armed and dangerous, and stay away if you do see him, but certainly pass it along to somebody who might be able to help.
Our Chris Costa has also been very busy with us in the newsroom tonight. He just spoke with a professor from Bates College, which obviously is located in that community of Lewiston, who specializes in mass shootings and studying them. So we want to hear part of that conversation.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just, yeah. Are you, so do you want to tell me, were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure. But also concerned, I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
All right, so we've heard from a lot of different organizations and school districts and places that are going to be providing support for people already outside of Androscoggin County. Obviously, in Androscoggin County, there are kids who this thing started, at 7 o'clock tonight. Kids are awake. Kids are awake still, and they're watching, and they're worried, and they don't know. And it's stuff that we talked about earlier that they've practiced just in case, and the just in case is now. So there are resources available. So if you're watching, and whether you're directly or indirectly or not at all affected, other than being a Mainer, by what happened, there will be resources likely available to anybody who needs them. So please find them for yourself, for your children, for your loved ones, for anybody who might need one, okay? Sam Rogers is live in Lisbon. We're going to go check in with him. Hey, Sam.
If there's something crazy, just be like, turn on. Hey, Lee and Brian, apologies. We're just doing a quick little reset as Hannah Kumler and I have been on scene here by Lisbon High School for about an hour or so. Just want to get everyone up to speed with what we are seeing here. As you can see, cars are still traveling through Lisbon Street. Ridge Street was just reopened about a few minutes ago. We've been able to see police letting cars go this way off my left shoulder. Again, Lisbon Street here in Lisbon Falls going towards Lisbon Center has been closed off. You can see an officer off my right shoulder has been turning drivers away. Again, since we've been here, keeping this area contained. I don't think you're able to hear it on my microphone, but again, a chopper and helicopter has been circling the Androscoggin River looking for something, whether it's that person of interest. We did get here with the plan of going to a boat launch down Frost Hill Avenue. That's about half a mile, maybe closer to a mile in our east-southeast direction. We weren't able to get all the way down that way. Hannah Kumler behind me is seeing, yeah, it's going to be really tough to see, but that chopper is heading over our left shoulder. And before we even got here, we drove from Portland up to Sabattis, just trying to find anything related to this investigation. And we saw, as we got closer to Lewiston and Auburn, it seemed like almost every mile or two, a cruiser pulled off the side of the road near an exit, near a turnaround, with the spotlight facing onto the roadway, trying to find any vehicle that matched any description of that person of interest. Now, a few minutes ago, or longer than that, it seems, when the public safety commissioner was addressing the people of Maine, he said that this area where we are in has just been ordered as a shelter in place. And you know, it's well after midnight at this point. Lisbon Falls, not exactly that busy, but we have seen a slight decrease in activity. Brian and Lee, we'll check back in with you in a few minutes.
All right, Sam.
Sam, thank you. We also want to go right now live to Jason Levesque, the mayor of Auburn, speaking with our crew there right now.
There's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up and cope with it tomorrow.
By bus?
Say again?
Who is it that's arriving by bus?
So what we did is we took the witnesses of the two locations. We actually brought them to holding areas so we can interview them, clear them, and then we wanted to bring them all over here so they can have what we call a reunification process with their loved ones, which is the proper way to do it. We wanted to make sure that evidence could be gathered and the proper protocol could be followed.
Can you talk to us about the different ages of the witnesses? Were there kids that witnessed this?
Yes. It's all ages. It was all ages. I just talked to some teenagers, and it was all ages.
And what can you say about the law enforcement officers working this very serious situation?
It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable. We have our entire force out here right now for the city of Auburn, plus Lewiston, county, state, everybody is here. That's one thing about Maine. If you're not from Maine, you won't understand it, but when someone's in need, everybody comes, and everybody has come to this. I've got Poland Volunteer Rescue in the back helping people in case they need it. I mean, this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. You can train for this, but you can never be completely prepared, but I've been talking to a lot of our officers tonight, and that we all should be proud of them.
And that support from just beyond the region, beyond Maine, really.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of phone calls from around the country, text messages out from folks, and everybody knows about this. Obviously, it made national news. But at this point, we're going to really focus inside of our community. We're going to heal our community. We're going to persevere. We're going to get through this, and it's no time not to. So it will take a while. Something like this doesn't just get solved overnight. Nobody can expect it to. But we got a really strong community. We've overcome a lot, and we'll overcome this.
Jason, what's the scene like in there right now?
There?
Yeah.
Relief. It's really relief. If you think about it, I mean, this is a happier place right now in the entire area. This is a reunification center where people, witnesses saw traumatic events are coming together with their family and loved ones who were worried to death about them, and they're coming together. So it is happy. But on the flip side of the happiness, what you're seeing is the turmoil and the trauma that they're going through, especially the witnesses. And that, unless you've been there, you can't really understand. You can't really describe, frankly, other than you can feel empathy for them. And that's what we're going to try to do here.
Where were the witnesses between the events and now?
They're at an undisclosed location, centralized, safe location. We brought them there, and obviously police did too as we're clearing the scene. It's going to be a long process to clear the scenes. But then, we brought them. Once everything was settled, we can bring them back here safely. And obviously, all the statements were taken and so forth. That needs to happen. So, I mean, investigation is investigation, and that's a paramount importance at this time.
Mayor, forgive me for asking. In other mass shooting incidents in other parts of the country, the reunification point has sometimes been a moment where a loved one comes to the tragic realization that their relative didn't make it.
Yes.
Have any of those interactions taken place here tonight?
Yes. I'll just leave it at that.
What sort of a process have the hospital workers been working to connect more and more people to this one?
I haven't talked with the hospital directors, our emergency room staff. They're extremely busy, and we all need to respect that. They are working with known victims right now, whether it be casualties or fatalities, and they're going to work through that process with the appropriate guidance, mental health, support networks that we have. We actually have trained professionals here from the state police as well as local churches that are trained in crisis response that are actually helping people through this.
How long can we expect the center to be open?
Until it's done. Anything else? Okay. No.
Thanks very much.
All right, that's the mayor of Auburn, Jason Levesque, standing by at the Reunification Center, which is at Auburn Middle School. As the mayor talked about, some of those reunifications, good. Family members not knowing where their loved ones were, getting to see them. And the mayor also really open and honest about the fact that not every one of those situations ended well, and sometimes people went there hoping for good news and they didn't get it. So it's just a tragic situation that the mayor of Auburn was just speaking about.
We want to bring in Greg Marley from NAMI, Maine. Thank you, first of all, for coming to our studio in the middle of the night. I'm sure you have been pretty plugged into everything that's been going on.
Not nearly enough, but trying to catch up as everyone is in this shocking news.
We all are.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, we are, as Lee said, 5 or so hours into this at this point. This is raw. This is fresh. There are people who are just discovering what has happened here. What is step one for walking into this day?
Step one is, if you're in a place that's safe and your family's safe, reassure yourself, breathe, kind of get your emotions under control so you can support your family, support your children. If you're one of the people that has those questions, is my family safe? Are my friends safe? Try and breathe and know what you can get answered tonight. You're going to be frantic, but this is going to be a long, long process. So take care of yourself, take care of the people you're with, reach out, and try not to be alone. This is a time to be with people who love you, to hold each other close.
Greg, we talked about this a little bit. There's never a good time for something like this to happen, but it happened at about 7 o'clock. Not a lot of kids had gone to bed yet. A lot of kids are, you know, through no fault of their own, they're surrounded by all this news, and their families and their parents or siblings reacting to this news. So a lot of parents are still awake watching, and maybe a lot of kids as well that have a million questions. This is the stuff they've practiced for just in case, and are just in cases now. How do you handle this with your children? I know a lot of parents would love to know, what do I say? Whether they're in Androscoggin County or they're in Cumberland or Aroostook County.
Yes. I think the big piece is, if you're a parent, if you've got the news, try not to get that news repeated every 5 minutes so you're not re-triggering your children. So let them know, then speak simply and directly about what happened. Reassure them that they're safe, that your family's safe, and then slowly allow them to ask questions, answer what you can. And there's a lot of things we don't know yet, and be okay saying we don't know yet, and we may not know until tomorrow. So that they can begin to settle into a routine and maybe get some sleep tonight. And maybe you can get some sleep tonight as well. Mom, Dad, yeah.
Yes, because we will all need it, yes, to process the rest. You know, a few minutes ago, Chris Costa spoke with a professor who studies mass shootings and kind of the data that we've learned over the years from those. His words were, there's a frustration tonight for certainly people in his world that study that data. My word is, I feel like our state was violated tonight because there is such a feeling of, it hasn't happened here, we haven't had to deal with this. Yeah. How do we square that reality from, it's always been somewhere else, now this is my neighborhood?
Well, I think in a lot of situations, people have been waiting for this shoe to drop because we see the headlines from across the country, and Maine has been somewhat insulated. And tragically, that ended tonight. And it's that acceptance, that reality that this is a state where violent crime happens as well, a mass shooting, and it's going to retool our whole perception for a while.
We do have a follow-up question to our students and our children. You and I have had conversations in the past, actually about a year ago, of a hoax situation. And part of that conversation was, you know, gauge your child, maybe allow them to lead the conversation if they're showing interest. Is this different, though, because it's here? Should you as a parent be initiating the conversation?
I think you need to let your children know in a really basic language what happened. So that they're not hearing it from someone else, you know, outside of your control. Choose a time, get them settled. If you can wait and do it tomorrow morning and after they've gotten sleep, definitely do that. But then be ready for questions. Be ready for their questions depending upon their age. Younger kids are going to want to know, are we safe? Am I safe? Is my pet safe? Is my family safe? And to reassure that. And then ask questions about, because one of the things they're going to want to know, why would anyone do this? And that's one of those things we can't really explain, other than someone was really, really ill to take this violent action. And to reassure them that this is not something that happens often, and again, they're safe.
So, in all fairness, we are talking about this in this conversation as something that happened. This is something that is still happening. They don't have the man yet that they're looking for. There are still people that are sheltered in place. They can't go out of their house. They're sitting here at 12:30 at night, and they're wondering, what am I supposed to be doing right now? I mean, they're worried for their current state of safety, not just the stuff that's already happened. And that's a tough place to sit in, this uneasiness and this unknown. I think knowns in general are easier to deal with than unknowns, and right now we have a big unknown. We don't know where Robert Card is.
We don't know where that perpetrator is, and to keep your family safe, keep them in the house, close your windows and your curtains, and then reassure. Settle down with warm milk and for your children to help them relax, low conversations. Keep yourself centered. If you're in the Lewiston-Auburn area where it's more immediate, again, shelter in place. Don't be alone. Know who you're talking with. Reach out to your friends and family to know they're safe, just to reassure you and your family. And hold your loved ones close tonight and reassure them.
A final question. I'm sure we will see much more of you over the next day, but at least for this moment of this is a lot. This is a lot to process. This is a lot to handle, and there are a ton of unknowns. How do I find some good right now?
Right now, you need to first is to accept what happened, to get through the shock, and then look around you. Look around your home. Look at what's concrete. Breathe into this. Note what's around you that's safe and known. Pull out that book that your child has always loved to read, that movie that settles them down. Active steps to settle our limbic system that's so aroused right now. That's going to be really important. Reassure that we have gone a long time without this type of crime in the state of Maine, and it's really unusual. We live in a state that most of the time is really safe. It doesn't feel safe tonight, and it's not safe for a lot of people, but we're going to get back to that. But first we have to deal with this and to support that sense of safety around us. If you're a parent, also monitor how escalated you get, how fearful you are, and so you don't overwhelm your children with that.
Don't push those necessarily onto them. Greg Marley from Maine, Maine, we appreciate it for joining us, and I'm sure we will have many more conversations. Thank you.
I'm afraid so.
We want to update you guys on this. This is important and maybe speaks directly to why Commissioner of the Maine State Police, Michael Soschek, would not give a solid, firm number on how many people have been killed, because that is a question everybody wants to know. It's an important number. He was hesitant to answer that. So we have been telling you, and you see at the bottom of your screen, NBC has been reporting that 22 people had been killed. That number has been adjusted. NBC is now adjusting that number to somewhere between 15 to 20 people. As many as 50 injured. Not all, though, from gunshots. Some injured while they were just trying to escape wherever they were at the time. So not direct results of gunfire, but certainly of the situation. So to the Commissioner's point, this is a fluid situation. It's ongoing gathering of information. And we want to make sure that when we learned it was 22, we wanted you to know that. We're learning it is now seemingly somewhere between 15 and 20, literally on a piece of paper. Wanted you to know that. So.
And that's really what the last 5 hours have been, of getting information coming in, doing our best to confirm it, and who is confirming it, and getting that information to you. And that's what we will continue to do. And I think we are doing our best to be as transparent with you about what we know and what we don't know.
When you ask the question about what is good, right? What is good? And I was listening to Mayor Levesque from Auburn talk about not just everybody in Lewiston. They're going to show up. It's their community, and then Auburn shows up, and then Poland shows up, and then Sanford shows up, and the state shows up, and everybody. What do you need? We'll be here.
We'll be there.
And this is what we do. We would love to not have to do it on a night like this. But as I mentioned, a few hours ago, whether it was the ice storm of '98 or other tragedies that our state has gone through in different relative, factors, our state will do this too.
We're there. We have each other's back.
Our state will do this too. So there will be the support for the people as we find out what people need. There will be plenty of people to offer it to those people. So there is some solace in that. There is still no solace until we get official word at some point that Robert Card, the man of interest that they're looking for, has been found, and he hasn't been yet. So we did hear from Commissioner Soschuk of the Maine State Police a little bit earlier, and here's some of what he had to say.
And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well.
So again, the Commissioner of Public Safety speaking a short time ago. He was at Lewiston City Hall, which was a meeting point for the members of the media, and obviously law enforcement coming there. They have since closed City Hall and kind of relocated crews. Again, the big takeaway from that was the reunification center at Auburn Middle School across the river, which is what we heard from the mayor speaking a short time ago. Of that is a point to go. If you had, or you think you had a family or friend there, and you need that point of communication to be reunified, that is where to be. We have, this is video from Auburn Middle School, where that reunification center is happening right now.
This is such an important piece of the puzzle here, Brian. There are so many people with questions right now. Where are they? How are they? I can't get in touch with them for whatever reason. Maybe somebody's running out of there and a cell phone falls and you maybe get in touch with them and you're fearing the worst. And so this is such a necessary part of this process for people to get the answers they're so desperately in search of. So again, it's at the Auburn Middle School. If you don't already know this and you needed to know, you're looking for this information, if you go to the Auburn Middle School, that's where you can get whatever questions are answerable, whatever they can tell you, that is the place to go to find out a very important piece of everybody's night here with direct connections to what has happened. This is tragic, tragic night for the state of Maine. And the mayor was asked, how long will you stay open as a reunification center? And he said, as long as needed. This is what our job is there now. And that was his focus. Lee and I were talking when we were on with you a few hours ago. With a number like this of, the readjusted number from NBC is 15 to 20, possibly 50 people injured. Most of us are going to know someone who was there or connected somehow to someone. And we recognize that, and we know how difficult that is. We learned tonight that a member of our News Center Maine family lost a family member tonight. So this is going to touch a lot of families, and we're aware of that. So we are being cautious with the information coming in. Yeah, and it makes it, this job is hard enough. We talk about the news every day, and we're talking about generally sometimes, places that aren't here or that aren't in Maine or they're not directly connected to us. And this one hits home for everybody. This is what we were always hoping would never happen here. And we had been blessed with being able to say that, and now we can no longer say that. And And it's just, there aren't enough words, and we talk for a living, and there aren't enough words to properly put this in perspective of just how awful this night is going to go down in history, and these next days and months and years, and all the healing that's going to happen for all of us, directly or indirectly affected. Jack Mohamed's been on the scene since pretty much this whole thing started about 5-6 hours ago, and he's going to join us now live. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Lee. Yeah, that's right. It's been extremely long, frustrating, terrifying 5 to 6 hours for many of the families who have been here at the Central Maine Medical Center. That's where we've been for the last few hours here. When we got here, it was the scene with dozens upon dozens of family members waiting in line, waiting to see if their family member survived or not after getting a call that their family member may have been a victim in that shooting. So they made their way here to give the name of their loved one who may have been involved in that shooting that we've been talking about for so long here, that tragic shooting that NBC is reporting took the lives of 15 to 20 people and ultimately injured around 50 people. And we saw people line up at Central Maine Medical Center here to give the names of their loved ones. Many of them stuck around to listen to it. Others kind of just went about their evening to really just kind of digest what happened here. I think a lot of us here in Maine and in the state, and even in this region, are just really working to digest really what happened here. But if you want to take a look now at the front of the hospital here, if you look to my left here, you could see that front entrance to the main Central Maine Hospital. Since all those people entered the names of their loved ones, many of them have left, but armed security guards, armed reserve patrol, Maine State police officers have been there, making sure people can enter, come and go as they please. Obviously, the people who are walking through, many of them family members of those who may have lost their lives or may have been injured in this shooting that, with the suspect still at large. A little bit of info about that suspect. We are hearing that, his name is Robert Card. AP, Associated Press, is reporting that he was trained as a firearms instructor, trained by the military. He was recently committed to a mental health facility, according to a state police bulletin. The police intelligence bulletin of the Associated Press says was sent around to different law enforcement officials on Wednesday night after that shooting that we've been talking about here that claimed the lives, as NBC reports, from about 15 to 20 different people. Now, at the end of the day, where we've been standing here at the hospital, we've just been hearing just horrific stories of people who are just trying to understand the severe loss that's happened here today, including one woman. Her name's Julie. We spoke to her. She moved to Lewiston here when she was 17 or 18 years old. She found out her son was shot at the Schmeggy's bar here in Lewiston earlier. And so she got the call. She rushed over to the hospital. She really doesn't know the status of him at this time. She's still left without any answer. Let's take a listen to what she had to say about her frustration over this all.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmeggy's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking into that. And so you can really see the frustration there on Julie's part, and she's not alone. Many of the family members just waiting now to see if their loved one has made it or not after this horrific tragedy that took place here in Lewiston, not only shaking up Lewiston, but the state and the region as well. National headlines pouring through about what's happened here. Now, as I speak, there is an ongoing lockdown to track down this active situation, the active shooter situation of them trying to track down that suspect, person of interest, they're saying, who is Robert Card, age 40 years old. They're saying he's still on the loose. They're still trying to track him down. So there's a shelter in place here in Lewiston, as well as Lisbon. The law enforcement advises that people in those areas stay inside, lock your doors, don't go outside, don't travel for any unnecessary reasons, and just be on the lookout. But for now, we're here at the Central Maine Medical Center, the closest hospital to where those shootings took place, at the bar, at the bowling alley, and where police are staging just down the road to go and look for the suspect. We'll toss it back to you guys.
Jack Molmud at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston tonight. Jack, our thanks to you. And Jack's seen a variety of scenes tonight and has walked us through it. When he first arrived in Lewiston, he went directly to Spare Time Recreation, the bowling alley, where the shooting happened, and was met by law enforcement with guns, and they told him to go away. And we've seen some viewer video that we received of people running out of that bowling alley tonight after the gunshots there. And Jack then moved to the hospital where he has seen so many people.
Sure. Yeah, and those images that you see, and you talk about the people running away, and we want to be clear on the 50 people, 50, that have reportedly, according to NBC, been injured in this. Not all of them direct results of gunshots. A lot of them possibly from trying to get out of the situations they were in, because you hear gunshots, you run, and a lot of people possibly injured that way as well. But 50
just getting away.
People injured. We saw a video of all the people scattering in a hurry. So there will be, we've talked about some of the things that will and won't be happening tomorrow besides schools because of this situation. There'll be no public bus transportation in Lewiston tomorrow. So Lewiston has announced that there will be no public busing tomorrow in that area. So, and the Secretary of State's office has put on social media that their hearts are with the city of Lewiston tonight. So.
Yeah, we heard from Representative Adam Lee in Auburn tonight saying a similar thing. So he's right in that community, saying, he and his family are sheltered in place, they're safe, and encouraging others, as we've heard so much tonight, to hug your loved ones and be thankful for what you have tonight, and thankful for our law enforcement and our hospital staff, who we know are working diligently to save lives, likely right now, from what happened tonight. So again, there's a lot of unknowns. There continues to be, even after the briefing from the commissioner. Still a lot of questions, again, about what happened. The biggest thing at this hour, and likely the cause of why we're seeing so many things being canceled tomorrow, is because Robert Card is on the loose, and there's still an ongoing hunt. At least in Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon as well, we know, and likely further than that for him at this hour. So his photo's on your screen, and that's kind of the big message at this hour of this person is still out there.
Yep, and there was a large police presence. We showed you earlier. Hannah Cumler, Sam Rogers were in Lisbon at a boat launch on Frost Hill Road. The car that Robert Card was reportedly traveling in was a white Subaru. They did find the car. He was not with the car, so the search continues. And that chatter, if you will, of might be headed next, and that has been fairly quiet. So the search is obviously still on. If you do see him, to echo the words of Commissioner Soschuk, do not approach. Mr. Card is deemed to be armed and dangerous as right now specifically called a person of interest. They were very deliberate with the words there.
Yes, they were.
And so they do not approach him. You're not asked to do that. If you see something, even if you see somebody who might be that person, to please reach out to law enforcement. And certainly better to be safe than sorry. And then the commissioner also talking about the reunification center that's happening at the Auburn Middle School, which is such an important piece of this puzzle for so many people that have so many questions that are looking for answers.
And that's the big thing, is trying to get answers for so many families at this point. Alex Haskell has relocated tonight to the reunification center at Auburn Middle School, joining us now live with what's going on there. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Brian and Lee. We've really seen things pick up here at the Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting help, and news, good and bad. We chatted with the mayor of Auburn here not too long ago. I think many of you probably saw that interview. Just wanted to share some of the things that he said to us. Dozens of witnesses of the shooting were brought here, and they varied in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And he said, a lot of people have been able to get help here, but also receive some, the most terrible news possible in all of this. Some people were here when they found out that they lost loved ones in this. And, I've been chatting with people as they come out of this center. I just chatted with Lind, who came here looking for her husband, and she just walked out and found him. So some good news here tonight in Auburn. I just want to make sure, going through my notes, making sure I'm not missing anything that we can share with you. Obviously, we've been talking about how this center, or this middle school, is a reunification center. This is the place to come if you are looking for a loved one, if you have questions, if you have concerns. This is the place to be, and it is safe. We see many police officers here. They're walking with folks to and from the building. They're checking cars as they come in, so a very safe place to be. But we will keep an eye out here as folks continue to get help. We have mentioned counselors are here too for folks to speak with. Lee and Brian, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. And I just, I can't imagine what Alex is seeing. Yeah, right. Like that's hard, obviously, for the people who are going there to get their questions answered, for the people who have to answer those questions, right. And then to watch that and to see either the elation of the reunification or maybe the not, and it's just brutal.
Yeah, and I think we saw it on the mayor's face. We heard from Mayor Levesque a few minutes ago and was asked, are both sides of that conversation happening for people who are showing up? And I think you saw it all over his face of how brutal and painful it is to see those horrible conversations unfolding of people who showed up there hoping to find their loved one and getting horrible news tonight.
Yeah, the news is bad all the way around. We're not going anywhere, so we're here around the clock, and we're going to get this thing hopefully resolved sooner than later for everybody's sake, and just to give a little peace of mind that the person of interest that they're looking for, at least right now, Robert Card, does get found. Just to look at him one more time again. You really shouldn't be out and about, but if you do happen to, be someplace where you see somebody who resembles that, you're asked to certainly contact your local authorities wherever you might be at that time. And again, do not approach, as he's considered to be armed and dangerous, and is the person of interest, or at least a person of interest, in what has happened tonight. And just a tragic night for the state of Maine, for all of us who are from here or not from here. You don't have to be a Mainer to feel for the loss that our state is feeling tonight, and certainly the empathy that we have for all the people going through everything they're going through, and everybody in the state is going through this. Some, maybe at a more severe level than others, but there's nobody that is not affected by this, that doesn't, view Maine the way that we view Maine, being the born and breeders. I think our state is held in a regard that this isn't the kind of a place where this thing wouldn't happen, and that has been kind of our, we've been sure we can practice for it and we can train for it and we can make sure that we're ready just in case, but it's not going to happen here, and it's awful. There's no appropriate words to label exactly just how awful this is, that this is happening in our state.
And we also recognize these photos you're looking at right here were released from, as you see, the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office and Lewiston Police as well. They wanted us to share these pictures with you of a moment they said unfolded tonight at the bowling alley there. And I'll be frank, when we received those in the newsroom, they were audible gasps. They are jarring photos to see, especially when you know where they're taken from. They're not a photo from a town somewhere else. They're in our neighborhood now. So we recognize that there's a lot to process in seeing these images and knowing what unfolded tonight.
And I can't get over still the timing of the incident, which according to Commissioner Soschuk was 6:56 p.m. That bowling alley, that had kids, right? There's kids in the bowling alley. There's adults in the bowling alley. Maybe Wednesday's bowling night for your team, your workplace, your group of friends, whatever it is. You think it's a fairly innocuous activity to go out and go bowling, and then something like this happens, and your world gets turned literally upside down. And we all sit around now and search for answers, search for healing, and for peace, and for our state to help us in that regard, and search for Robert Card. I mean, I don't think anybody will, certainly rest easily until that very important piece of this whole, domino is taken care of. And obviously, as Commissioner Soschuk alluded to, literally hundreds of law enforcement officials from our state are currently working right now as we speak, trying to find this person of interest, and they should have the speed and the wisdom and the knowledge and the ability to make that happen as soon as possible.
You're looking at his photo again, Robert Card, on your screen right now. Is a person of interest in tonight's shooting that left anywhere from 15 to 20 people dead and possibly 50 people injured as well. You were also looking at some video from outside Spare Time Recreation of just showing that the perimeter that is pretty much around the building as well, and how far back people are being kept from that building. Certainly a tremendous crime scene there to process for officials as well. And in terms of kind of the scope of the response to this, obviously this has the nation's attention tonight. Personally, I've had messages from people all over the country realizing what's going on here, asking that everything's okay. Other journalists who I know on their way here to cover this and saying that, on their drive here on the highway, law enforcement passing them. So this is where there is a focus right now. And I think in large part because there's that giant question, where is he right now? And that is unsettling.
Yeah, it doesn't make you feel good. I mean, even just talking honestly with my own family. I mean, they're awake right now. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've got kids of all age groups, and they're all, they have concern. They have friends in the Lewis and Auburn area. They don't know if their friends are okay. They can't get in touch with them. And so I'm answering their questions as I'm sitting here talking to you, searching for our own answers for work and for life, and everybody's in the same situation. But I think your word unsettling really hits it on the head. It's just, we're all just on edge because we just don't know what's going to be next. Is, God forbid, the next thing going to be something awful that we hear about in another part of our state? Is the next thing that we're going to hear be, thank goodness they got him, and we don't know the answer to that question. And as I was mentioning before to the doctor that was gracious enough to spend some time with us, unknowns are hard, right? I mean, knowns are easy to deal with, or easier to deal with. Unknowns are hard, and this is a very big unknown. And we certainly trust that all the men and women that are out there right now doing their jobs, in full force with the entire state on the lookout here, will do their jobs that they've been so highly trained to do well, and that this will come to a resolution soon.
One of those challenging unknowns, I think, is, in the search for our search for answers and your search for answers is there is, correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, but there is no next definite time we will hear from police.
Yeah.
Earlier, we knew we were anticipating hearing from them. We will hopefully get more information. At this point, it's a little open-ended, which I think adds to the uncertainty of the night of when will we know something more?
And another hard part, journalistically speaking, is as we try to gather information, the people that we would generally go to gather information are a little busy right now.
Very busy.
So answering a text or a call or, hey, help me out, it shouldn't be and isn't their top priority. They're all, full force ahead, focused on the task at hand, which is to find their person of interest, Robert Card. So it makes it harder to gather that information. Then if something is resolved, then you can, call or text a source and say, hey, okay, I've got 5 minutes here, I can chat with you a little bit. And so our reporters, which are also scattered throughout the state, are working hard to get as much information as they can, as accurately as possible, as quickly as possible, accurately first. And that's what we're all waiting for. So, yeah.
And we know that at some point you will hopefully go to sleep, but tomorrow you will wake up and there will be the questions of school and work and what's open and appointments. And we are constantly working to compile that information for you in the News Center Maine app. So if you're not able to stay up with the minute-by-minute updates we're giving you there, we're putting it all there for you as well for when you do try to figure out what Thursday looks like.
Yeah, and I think it's important. We're going to get to an interview we want you to hear in a second. I just think it's important to kind of emphasize this one thing that Commissioner Soschuk said, and it really kind of stuck out, and we had said it earlier before he spoke. The information that you're searching for yourself, right? The information that you're searching your phone, you're checking the internet, you're texting your friends who maybe live in the areas that we've mentioned. Be real careful to just vet your information properly, to know that what you're understanding and you're learning is real and not something that's not, that might cause unnecessary panic, unnecessary stress for you, and that your information is accurate. Because in a situation like this, with so much interest and so many eyeballs and so many people weighing in, that you should know what you're seeing, reading, hearing is real, and not anything besides that. So that's important.
There is comfort in that, knowing where the information is coming from.
All right, Chris Koss did an interview for us a little bit earlier, and we want to hear a little bit of that.
And if you don't mind, expanding on maybe helping the general public understand, one of the focuses of your most recent publication, right, was about the comparison between thwarted public mass shootings and actual completed attacks. Can you help kind of give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's the serious and versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But cutting across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing, that is a warning that lets us know that something is happening and we need to take it seriously.
And to that point, Professor, there's some information that is circulating that we have not yet been able to verify about what knowledge our Maine Information and Analysis Center may or may not have known about this person. I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
Thanks for sticking with us. I'm Amanda Hill. This is Zach Blanchard, and that was Michael Roque, who's with Bates College, where they are still under lockdown. Lewiston in general still being asked to keep their doors locked and shelter in place. Now, what we are learning from the AP, which got a police intelligence bulletin, is a little bit more information about the man that police are looking for, Robert Card. They say that he had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. This bulletin says that he had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. It didn't provide specific details about treatment or condition, but it did also say that he had reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. Again, that's all information from the AP, which got it from the Police Intelligence Bulletin. And again, Robert Card is the person of interest that police are looking for. He's 40 years old and he lives in Bowdoin.
Yeah, right now, police agencies from all across the country, really, and across the state are working to track this man down, a person they are calling a person of interest. In this shooting, of course, that has killed NBC News reporting 15 to 20 people in Lewiston tonight and injuring up to 50 others. Numbers that are truly unfathomable, truly hard to process for a lot of us tonight. And one of the elements here, we had reporters at a reunification center in Auburn where people were actually going to get some good news, to actually hear that their family members, their loved ones survived this tragic, unimaginable event. And we heard from Mayor Jason Levesque at that, and he went into the center and he kind of described what it was like to experience that.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
You know, that's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
Certainly difficult to hear, and a lot of people sort of reeling with this news. We want to bring in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Greg, thank you for joining us.
I'm sorry I have to, but I'm glad to be here with you.
Just heard from the mayor of Auburn there about just the emotions going to this reunification center to either find out someone you love has died or has been seriously injured or that they're okay. Just the emotions of that.
And the uncertainty. Either way, you know, that not knowing and then knowing one way or the other. So big emotions, need to reassure people, need to support people if they find out that their loved one's been impacted by this.
And also the viewers at home that are just watching this unfold, obviously it's a lot for them to process because Maine, we know, is a big, small town. Is there anything you recommend beyond just a general checking in?
Well, I got a text after the last hour from a friend of mine who saw me and thanked me for being here and said, you know, we're not going to be sleeping tonight because we have a loved one who's in law enforcement in Lewiston, and so we're on pins and needles. And that's going to be across the state. Absolutely. People, this, as you say, it's a small town. People have connections. People are going to wonder about friends and family, and that's going to leave us all, you know, escalated.
Absolutely.
And if you're a parent, that's great, but your children as well. How do you take care of them?
Many children not going to school tomorrow. A number of school systems, school districts canceling classes, understandably, not just because there's a manhunt going on, but also because of the emotional toll that this is taking on students. It happened just before 7 o'clock at night, a time when children were still awake. They probably saw it come on the news, and parents had a lot to explain to their kids tonight. I know you were even in touch with the Department of Education, right?
I was on a call around 8 o'clock with Commissioner Macon and other leadership from the department and the student services. There's a student safety center as well, or school safety center, and they were making plans on sending out materials to schools across the state on how to manage, how to support their students, how to support their staff. So the Department of Education was trying to support the schools even before they knew what exactly was going on.
There are certainly a number of schools that have already closed for tomorrow, and you can find a list of many of those on our website. We have the closings and cancellations on our website. But you mentioned the law enforcement piece of this, and that's something we just haven't really touched on yet. We talked about the family members who are waiting to hear about their loved ones, but hundreds of law enforcement are involved in this, and so many people in healthcare dealing with this crisis and probably seeing people they know come into that emergency room tonight.
And dealing with unimaginable horror of bodies damaged. You know, for law enforcement, I was driving down here from Rockland and past law enforcement moving rapidly, and I just know that their bodies are just stressed to the max tonight as they're trying to do something to try and prevent this, to try and find the person, to try and be a support, and to try and help other people.
Yeah. What's your message to their families tonight that might be questioning? They see their loved ones go into unimaginable situations all the time, but this reaches a whole new level, and they might just be saying, what do I do when John comes home from work tonight?
Well, and law enforcement families, first responders families are accustomed to their loved ones experiencing trauma, and how do you keep a safe place at home for them to return back to? How do you make sure they've got a hot meal when they get there, peace to sleep, a place to talk if that's what they choose to do? Yeah, because they're going to be traumatized as well.
Absolutely.
Even for them, the stress, you mentioned that stress on their body. How do you like safely come down from? I know a lot of people, even just watching this, experiencing so much adrenaline right now. Those locked in their homes experiencing adrenaline. How do you safely come down?
Well, those stress hormones, there's some real important tips. First, drink plenty of water. Hydrate, good food, really work to get rest. And tomorrow, exercise, move your body, because that's going to help release those stress hormones. If you do well talking and emoting, find someone safe that you can do that with. All those steps are really important.
How do you tell too when you should not talk, when you should not ask too many questions?
Know your loved one. And some of them will say, you know, when I come home, I just need some time to kind of settle, and then I can talk. I need to go outside and stack some wood or do something just to process with my body, and later I'll be ready to talk. Other people, they're going to be talking to you on the phone on their drive home. So just know your loved one and how they process.
Now is definitely a time to check in and hug your loved ones close. Greg Marley with NAMI Maine, thank you so much.
You're sure
we want to remind you that police are still continuing this search for a person of interest in the shooting in Lewiston that has killed 15 to 20 people, injured as many as 50 others. Right there on your screen, this is Robert Card. According to police, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. Card had been committed, according to police, to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. They didn't give specifics about the treatment, but there are reports that Card had heard voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at a military training base in Saco. And so the manhunt continues still for Card. There was initially earlier this evening when we were on the air with you, we were sharing these images of the surveillance footage in that car that they ultimately found in the Lisbon Falls area empty, but they have not found Card. So we, as Amanda said earlier, hundreds of law enforcement officials from all across the state, all across New England, local, state, federal, are involved in this manhunt. Multiple towns have shelter-in-place orders. So Lewiston is still, at last check, in a shelter-in-place, as well as Lisbon. So if you live in those communities and you're still watching us, please stay inside your homes. And if you're heading to bed and when you wake up in the morning, make sure you check and make sure to see what the situation is to keep you and your family safe.
Also want to check because school likely closed in your area, so definitely keep track of that. Now, we talked about the numbers, just the astounding numbers, 15 to 20 people killed, up to 50 injured. And want to point out that the 50 injured, we're told, not necessarily gunshot wounds, a lot of that from escaping the dangers of what was going on, just the stampede of getting out of there. You can imagine the terror in all of that. All night long, we've been seeing images of people running out of spare time recreation, that bowling alley. on Mollison Way there in Lewiston. We've heard horror stories from Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. I know we heard from a woman earlier tonight who was waiting at Central Maine Medical Center to hear if her son was okay. She knew he was at the hospital, but she had no other information to go by. So we have had reporters in multiple locations tonight, which is where hundreds of those officers have been dispatched out to as they continue the search for Robert Card.
Right. And we also want to touch on that Maine's hospitals are, of course, on high alert tonight. We are just learning that Maine Medical Center has alerted all on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation for those patients, those victims, to be taken from Central Maine Medical Center, where we saw just crowds of people gathered earlier, to Maine Med, which is, of course, the state's largest tertiary center that trains for moments like this. Of course, we never want them to happen, but they are prepared. And we've heard of at least one person being transported to Maine Med so far, but the hospital tells us that they, out of an abundance of caution and because of the situation, all of Maine Health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. So, of course, that's a big deal so that they can focus on the patients that need immediate care. We're also hearing that other hospitals in the state are taking similar steps.
I want to talk about this too. Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, a lot of you know she was the founder of the gun violence prevention organization Giffords. A lot of people know her background with this, and she released a statement because so many people are taking note of what's going on here in Maine. And she had said, in part, it doesn't have to be this way, and it shouldn't be this way. Entire communities shouldn't have to live in fear of an active shooting. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community, the victims and the survivors. Earlier this week, I visited Uvalde and met with the families and survivors of that mass shooting. I'm angry that yet another community has to experience this pain. Our leaders must act. Again, that was Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords speaking on what has happened tonight here in Lewiston. And by the way, Maine received an F from the Giffords Law Center's annual gun law scorecard. So certainly noteworthy there to hear from her.
Absolutely. And Greg mentioned earlier the impact on law enforcement and first responders tonight. The National Fraternal Order of Police just tweeted out a statement saying, please pray for all those impacted by the active shooter situations at 2 locations in Lewiston, Maine. Maine State Police and local law enforcement partners are urging people to stay inside. Prayers for all of our law enforcement officers who are racing to respond to the situation to neutralize this threat. So all the families of our law enforcement officers, first responders, medical personnel are in our thoughts as well this evening.
Certainly. Sam Rogers, by the way, has been on scene tonight with Hannah Cumler in Lisbon Falls. We know that's been another active scene for us tonight. Sam, what can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, Amanda and Zach, well, it's been about an hour or so since we last spoke with you. And since then, we can still see that wasn't a police cruiser there, but a number of cruisers in the last 2 hours or so going down this way towards Lisbon Street, because to our right, as we've said throughout the evening, but now we do know about a mile, a little bit more than a mile of Lisbon Street is closed off. We try to go to the other side just to see if we could get any more information. Police blocking off several access points across Lisbon Street from here in Lisbon Falls to the Lisbon Town Center and near the town hall. And we actually just got back to Lisbon High School a few moments ago, and when we pulled in, we saw 2 tactical units. I wasn't able to tell if it was state police, sheriff's office, or what agency, but 2 tactical units pulling in behind the high school and the parking lots. If you were with us a few hours ago, you noticed that we were talking about the mobile gas station that we are at. The police presence still remaining relatively the same. Again, 1 officer has been off of our right shoulder for hours, making sure that if the folks who can get past the HIM live there or need to go there for some sort of emergency, we've seen a lot of cars pull around and turn around. And again, a number of officers still off to our left. And we have been talking about this chopper. It sounds like a helicopter, looks like a helicopter. We've seen it use a spotlight. You might see in a few seconds when it does another rotation, it's getting closer to where we have been. Again, we're at Lisbon High School. Before, when we were talking to you guys around 8, 9 o'clock, it was kind of more so in the distance, but now you may be able to start hearing it pick up on our microphones. And just to kind of reset for those who have just kind of tuned in, Hannah Kumler and I got up here a number of hours ago as we got closer to the Lewiston and Auburn area. We were heading to Sabattis. It seemed like about 5 miles from those Lewiston exits, we started seeing cruisers parked on the side of the road with their stoplights and their spotlights centered onto the lanes of traffic, trying to identify the person of interest, the vehicle that he may or may not have been in. So that was one thing that we noticed when we were here. And then another thing, again, this police presence that we've been talking about. The officers, some in tactical gear, some drawn with rifles, the majority of them drawn with rifles, remaining by that mobile gas station. We haven't seen a lot of activity. Now, I'm not going to sit here and talk about police tactics as we look at another truck coming in. That's just another news outlet, so no tactical truck there. But, you know, I'm not going to go and dive deep into details about police tactics, but we have seen a similar number of officers on scene for a variety of different situations. Lee, Brian, Zach, Amanda, you guys have been talking about for hours about how law enforcement in our state trained for this. We've seen that response over the years at various breaking news scenes across the state, regardless of what the alleged crime is. Again, the helicopter coming in right over our head. This is not going to be able to see it, of course, where we're sitting under a tree, but this is the closest we have got to that helicopter. You should be able to hear it over the microphone. Again, Zach and Amanda, Lisbon Street closed off for a mile here in Lisbon Falls. Seems to be like some more activity is picking up. We will, of course, let you know when we hear any more information.
All right, Sam Rogers, stay safe out there. We've heard that helicopter kind of circling those communities throughout the evening, obviously continuing to search for that man. We want to bring in News Center Maine's Jack Moment, who we've been talking to throughout the evening. He's been outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where all of those families have friends, loved ones come together to try and make sense of what happened, track down their loved ones. And Jack, I think you spoke to a local city councilor about what's happening there.
I did, Zach. That's correct. I did speak with Leroy Walker. He is the Auburn City Councilor for Ward 5. As we were standing here over the past few hours, it's been relatively quiet, but he pulled in his car, just walked into the hospital, walked right out, came up to us, says that his son is actually the manager at the bar in Lewiston, Schmeggy's, and he said that he hasn't heard from his son since the shooting took place. He said he's called around to various hospitals and still has not heard from his son. All of the hospitals in the area have said that they have not heard of him at all either. So we had a conversation, as many of the families here at Central Maine Medical Center have been really telling me all this time, is that they really just don't have answers about how their loved one is doing. But in speaking with Leroy, the city council for Ward 5, you know, he's confused, he's frustrated, just like many of the parents that we've been talking with as well. We did get a chance to speak with him, and he kind of talks about how some of it's really setting in on him, that there's a possibility that his son may be dead.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, or he would have called us because he manages Schemengees. So I know he was there.
And he still doesn't have any answers right now. He said that these next 24 hours will be critical, depending on if he gets information or not. He says that he talks to his son nearly every day, so not hearing his son in these past few hours has been really concerning to him. So he's also in contact with his son's wife and their family as well. Says that they actually just remodeled their home, and says it's going to be a really rough next few days, unpacking a lot of what's happened here. Now, if you look to my left here, you could see that this is the entrance to Central Maine Medical Center, and where those guards are standing right there, that is where the families were earlier today, offering up information about their loved ones to the hospital so they could keep tabs and find out more information on if their loved one who was potentially impacted by this mass shooting has been staying here. Again, we still have a suspected shooter on the large here. Maine State Police say that they're asking people to look out for a Richard Card. He is 40 years old. He is considered dangerous, and the Associated Press is reporting that Robert Card actually had the man identified as the person of interest. He's a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility, according to state police. Now, if we bring the camera back here, really just standing here for the next these past couple hours, you really get maybe the tip of the iceberg of the gravity of what this loss means for community members here. But being here, you really do feel that loss. And there still is an active shooter lockdown happening here in Lewiston, as well as in Lisbon. Maine State Police and Lewiston PD, as well as Lisbon, are asking people to stay in place, lock the doors, do not go inside, don't do any unnecessary travel. But for now, we are here live outside Central Maine Hospital, the hospital closest to those locations of the shooting, where, as we heard, NBC's reporting 15 to 20 people here in Lewiston lost their lives earlier this evening. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, Jack, I want to stay with you for a little bit. First, thank you for your incredible coverage tonight. This is not easy. I do want you to, especially for folks who were not tuned in earlier, can you really just paint the scene for us about what it was like to see the number of people gathered outside of the hospital earlier? And I know you spoke to some other people as well there.
Yeah, Zach, that's true. Being here in the beginning hours of what's happened, dozens of people, like I said, standing out in front of the Central Maine Medical Center, entering the information of their loved ones. It was also when those dozens of people were standing there and we were reporting live that we learned that the death toll was going to be so massive here. And so learning that information and seeing that there's so many family members here who don't know if their loved one is alive or dead, it's really hard to wrap your brain around. And that's something that I think will stick with a lot of people for a long time. It's like I said, it's just hard to wrap your brain around, really.
All right, Jack Molmid, again, we appreciate your reporting out there. We'll give you a break right now. Thank you. And while we're on the topic of hospitals, we know we're outside of CMMC right now, but also St. Mary's has activated its emergency response plans, and they've called in any available staff to help out with this. And we want to point out that they have said that they continue to prioritize the safety and care of patients. So that said, all elective procedures and surgeries scheduled for tomorrow morning have been canceled, and all of their St. Mary's practices are going to be closed tomorrow morning. So they'll be reaching out to people with appointments to try to reschedule some of this. But it shows you, just how impacted our hospital systems have become with this.
Absolutely. We mentioned earlier that Maine Health, the state's largest healthcare system, has shut down their facilities to all non-patients. So it is definitely having an impact. It's been a couple of hours now, I believe, since we heard from police for the first time about this incident. They weren't able to share a lot of specifics yet, not a lot of numbers, but News Center Maine's Alex Haskell was there at Auburn City Hall, and I believe he joins us now. Thank you, Alex. What more can you tell us there?
Yeah, hey, Zach. So we're here at Auburn Middle School. This is where a reunification center has been set up. And basically, this is where folks can come if they have any questions, if they have any concerns. A major one, if they're looking for a loved one, this is the place to come. And I'll give you the address. It's 38 Falcon Drive. Again, it's the Auburn Middle School. And I've shared this many times. This is a safe place. We've seen many members of law enforcement here. They are shining flashlights in cars and walking folks up to the middle school here, looking for answers. And we were chatting with the mayor of Auburn a little while ago, and he was kind of sharing what's been going on here. Dozens of witnesses of the shooting have been brought here, and these witnesses vary in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And some here have gotten the worst news possible tonight. They were here when they found out they lost a loved one, but there's also been some great news. I chatted with this woman. Her name is Lind. She came here looking for her husband, and after a little while I saw her walk out of the middle school with her husband, and they headed home. So some great news here. I chatted with a few other people and I asked how helpful are folks inside, and they said very helpful, but everything is not well. And that might be a nice way to kind of cap much of what has been going on here. Just so much help from law enforcement, everyone tonight. But you know, we are not well as we face this tragedy. Certainly not alone. But, you know, this is, again, the place to be if you have any questions, concerns, or looking for some loved ones tonight. We've seen the mayor of Auburn walk people up. Things have slowed down a little bit. Earlier, we saw busloads of people, dozens of people being brought up to the building. But things have certainly slowed down a little bit here. I'm going to toss to some sound from the Maine Public Safety Commissioner, who we heard from earlier back in the Lewiston City Hall.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And as more information comes in, of course, this is a great spot to come. I'm going to share the address one more time, 38 Falcon Drive. That's the Auburn Middle School. Come here if you have questions, concerns. Also want to mention, guys, that there are counselors available. So if you need someone to chat to, come here. Zach and Amanda.
Certainly an emotional place to be, Alex. Thank you for your coverage on this. Like we said, we were talking earlier with Greg Marley with NAMI Maine about just the impact of this, the severity of this, of showing up to this reunification center and not knowing what the answer is going to be. Is it going to be good news or is it going to be horrific news?
Yeah, and a lot of people, like the city councilor we heard from with Jack, are living that nightmare tonight. And as you watch this coverage, as you experience this and learn more with us, make sure you're taking care of yourself too, and your loved ones around you. Again, we do want to remind you that as we speak, this situation is not over. Hundreds of police officers from all across the state, all across New England, are looking for this man, Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We're going to pull up his picture now here on your screen. According to police, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. As you can see there, that he was committed to a mental health facility this past summer. And there are some other disturbing reports about him, but if you see him or know where he might be, you are asked to call police. Police saying you can reach out to them by email, on Facebook, just by calling 911. He is considered armed and dangerous, so don't approach him. But police are still actively looking for him as we speak.
And again, a shelter in place remains in both Lewiston and in Lisbon, where those are two very active scenes right now. And Chris Costa, our reporter, actually spoke with someone in Lisbon earlier tonight who kind of witnessed a lot of stuff. We want to hear from them.
I've seen a lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car. Just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
Which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, like I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now. He can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. Like, I really hope he doesn't wake up. And because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
Wow, a conversation a lot of parents across the state are having to have tonight as you watch this coverage. It happened just before 7 o'clock, a time when kiddos weren't quite in bed yet, and they likely saw the coverage on the screen, and parents just have to navigate this in the next few days. We want to bring back in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance for Mental Illness Maine chapter. That conversation is a real one. How do parents navigate it?
Kids are going to need reassurance. They're going to need a whole lot more physical hugs and cuddles. They're going to need simple messaging and the first step is for that parent to calm themselves so that they're delivering it in an even way, giving them just the facts based on their age and stage, Zach, not over their head. And expect them to have lots of questions and to react in their own style and their own age.
We've mentioned a lot of schools, even not near Lewiston or Lisbon, closing tomorrow, recognizing the scope of this. But you yourself, you spoke with the Department of Education earlier tonight. How are they planning to move forward with something like this, to talk with their kids?
What the department was doing was trying to get out information to the administrators and the clinicians and the teachers on how to support kids when they're back in school, to how to hold the conversations, what resources are available in the state and nationally to help inform that around, it's called psychological first aid, that engagement to help ground and settle someone who's just jangly after this kind of traumatic event.
You also mentioned that you have been speaking with coordinators in the Lewiston-Auburn area tonight. How are they preparing for all of this right now?
Well, I had an email just a few minutes ago with Catherine Ryder, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Tri-County Mental Health. And she said that her crisis response, critical incident response team is out tonight working with law enforcement on death notifications and support. And they're going to be, across the community tomorrow doing the same work, supporting people doing that critical incident response to help stabilize folks.
So are you working with other agencies across the state, or do you expect to be working with other agencies across the state to support those kinds of efforts as this unfolds?
I think my schedule tomorrow is going to go out the window as I'm trying to support this, what happens in the aftermath of this event.
Absolutely. A whole nother force of important humans comes into play after the fact. Absolutely.
Greg, thank you for joining us again. This is all very, what you said, psychological first aid, just had never heard that before, and it's incredible to hear that, because that is it's sort of like, how do we treat what's on the inside now?
Because we know enough about trauma, we know how people react, and we know some steps that can really help to settle someone. In that reassurance, that normalization, kind of giving them some information about what's going to happen in their body, what's likely to happen emotionally, and to help ground them.
Yeah.
And we're all going to need that in the days ahead.
Yes. Yeah, we are. Greg Marley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, a little bit of a reset for you. We are continuing our coverage of a mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine. Killed, NBC reporting, anywhere from 15 to 20 people, injured 50 more. This is the man police are looking for tonight, captured on surveillance video there before walking into Spare Time Bowling, where he opened fire. This image still hard to see after we've aired it over and over again, with that large weapon unloading on people that were there for a bowling league, that were there for after-work fun.
Yeah, we mentioned the timing of it all. 6:56 is when police were first alerted to what was going on, and it's people were just getting out of work. They were just getting ready to go do this. I heard from a friend tonight who said that she was signing up for that bowling league and would have been there tonight. And it's just these connections and how many people are impacted by this. How many people will continue to be impacted by this. We heard from the Auburn City Councilor a little earlier tonight, still waiting to hear from his son who worked at Schmenge's. Just the trauma that will continue to come out of this. And as you said, police continue to look for this person of interest, Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We know he's from Bowdoin, and police now telling us he did have a history of mental illness.
Right, as Amanda was talking about there, this happened at a time in the evening where there were people that were just going out to eat and drink at the bar. The city councilor we heard from said that his son was the manager at that bar, and it's a reminder of, we say it over and over again, but that Maine is a big small town. With this many people, when you look at homicides in Maine last year alone, you're talking about 29 people. Now we're talking about 15 to 20 tonight in just the last few hours. This is going to impact a lot of people. People are going to know people who were impacted by this, and it's going to have a ripple effect far beyond Lewiston to really the entire state.
Right, and we saw the images of that car just to, again, lay out the scene for you, and I'm not sure if we still have the map that we've been showing all night, but areas of focus were Mollison Way, where Spare Time Recreation is. That's where the bowling alley is. 4 miles away from that was Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. And then police found the car that they were looking for, that they believe he was in. 10 miles, we said, Zach, about 10 miles, 20-minute drive up Lisbon Street into Lisbon. They found it near a boat launch. Robert Card was not in it, so they continue to search for him. And again, both Lisbon and Lewiston are in a state of lockdown, asking people not to leave, although certainly they understand if you need to leave to go to Auburn Middle School. That's where that reunification center is. That's where you can learn more information about maybe someone you can't get a hold of who you believe has been impacted by this, or just go there to be greeted by behavioral health specialists and get a little comfort.
Absolutely. And we've said it over and over again, but there are a number of schools that are preparing for students that they have to explain this to. A lot of them canceling classes tomorrow. As Greg Marley had noted, preparing to get mental health counselors on site, especially in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They will be needed once students are back in class. So you definitely want to check if your kids have school tomorrow. You probably got the text, probably got the email. But I know we've heard from other school districts like Bonnie Eagle, one of the largest in the state, that still hasn't quite made the call. It's going to wait for the morning. So keep an eye on that for sure.
It's not just, elementary, middle, high school. This is impacting colleges as well. We've seen that Bates College went into lockdown tonight. They continue to be in lockdown as far as we know. Central Maine Community College also closing for tomorrow. They will not be open. We also heard from the University of Maine that has a campus in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They have closed for tomorrow. University of New England in Biddeford, they're over an hour away from where this is all happening, and they are continuing to check in with their students who may have family members involved in this, may be impacted by this in some way. All of these community colleges, all of these state colleges, all of these communities in general just impacted by this information. And you mentioned Maine being a small town. There are people, in the county who have been impacted by what's going on here in Lewiston.
Yeah, we should have the video from that scene at Spare Time earlier today. You saw people. We see it over and over and over again when we report on these tragedies nationally, running from the scene there. There were a number of people that were there for a bowling league. We also have someone, our anchor Lee Goldberg spoke with a personal friend whose nephew was at the bowling alley. And he was actually one of 8 deaf people who were there together for a night of bowling. And we are hearing that some of them were shot. And perhaps some still missing. So our hearts go out to those families and many, many others tonight as we just continue to hear the stories of loss, of anger, a lot of emotions going through people's heads tonight.
We heard earlier too from Auburn City Mayor Jason Levesque, who talked about some of this, and he talked about some of these survivors that we're seeing come out of Spare Time, and how they're all sort of in a very protected space right now where they can talk to police, they can sort of give their witness statements, but certainly trauma that they are dealing with. But they're sitting with law enforcement now, and hopefully are able to help law enforcement come to a conclusion here tonight at some point. And also we heard from Mayor Levesque about the people who are coming to this reunification center at Auburn Middle School. Just, you know, a lot of people hoping for good news. And one of the reporters at this sort of press conference he gave had asked, you know, we see often in situations like this where people come and they find out the worst news and just completely break down. Has that happened here tonight? And Mayor Levesque said yes, and I'll leave it at that. And you can see the emotion. Yes.
Yeah. One of those things that you just can't put words on. I believe Chris Costa is going to join us now. He has been kind of talking to several different folks tonight, witnesses, as well as a professor at Bates College. And Chris, this professor isn't just a professor at a college that is locked down tonight. Right. He's a professor who studies these kinds of things.
That is the shocking coincidence or irony here, I guess, in some way, that a professor who studies these exact type of events as part of his research. He is the Department of Sociology chair at Bates College. His name is Professor Michael Brock. And his research dives into specifically mass shootings and why they happen and what are the factors that either allow them to happen or things that they see through their research that could potentially prevent them. We talked for about 15 minutes on Zoom while all the students on campus there are locked down. And I asked him about his research. See if we have a minute to listen to what he and I talked about, just a portion of it.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just, yeah. So do you want to tell me, were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
So just to kind of recap what we know, what is difficult about these situations is that as they develop, we learn more information. And as you all are aware, in the age of social media, there are rumors that start to spread, and all of a sudden they become out of control. So what we are going to try to tell you now is about what we know as a fact, confirmed information from police, investigators, officials, and also explain what we do not know and why we do not know it. We know for a fact there was an active shooter in Lewiston at multiple locations, at least 2. It started just before 7 p.m. This is all information coming from Department of Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk. He spoke briefly before midnight. We do not know where this began, but we do know that the 2 locations, according to law enforcement, one of them is the Spare Time Recreation, and about 4 miles away, a little over 4 miles away, is that other location, Schmeggy's Bar and Grill. Now, police have encouraged people in both Lewiston and Lisbon to shelter in place right now. They're asking them to stay inside, lock their doors, because they say that right now on the run is 40-year-old Robert Card. They say he is armed and dangerous. They are saying that people should not approach him. They say he's just a person of interest. They did not go as far to say that he was a suspect, and Commissioner Soschuk made that clear. We didn't get the chance to ask more questions about why that distinction was important. But again, they are not calling him a suspect, just simply a person of interest. Now again, we know that Lewiston police have confirmed those 2 locations, the bowling alley and the bar. Lisbon police nearby had been reporting earlier I guess now this was earlier today, Thursday, because it's 2 in the morning. They had been reporting an active search in the town of Lisbon for what they said was a suspect believed to have been involved in multiple shootings in Lewiston. Now, here's something that we do not know that is important to clarify. We know right now that Robert Card is a person of interest. We do not know that he is the suspect or that he is the shooter. We can't say that with certainty because we have not heard that officially from police. We only know that he's a person of interest. On top of that, when asked, Commissioner Soschuk was not able to say definitively at the moment if there was more than one shooter. So the only person the police have put out right now to the public to be aware of, do not approach, do not make contact, consider this person armed and dangerous, is the person you're seeing on your screen, which is a 40-year-old, police say that is 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. Now, Commissioner Soschuk had said that there was a vehicle of interest located in Lisbon. That's why they were also asking people in Lisbon to shelter in place. Again, we are not able to necessarily make the connection between this vehicle and the person of interest that police have put out there right now, but somehow this is involved. We do know that this is an all-hands-on-deck situation involving Maine State Police, Lewiston Police, the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. We know that deputies from York County, Cumberland County, as well as FBI investigators, the ATF, have all been dispatched to the scene, and there could be more. An important note, President Joe Biden, the White House told us that the president spoke by phone individually to Maine Governor Janet Mills, Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, and Congressman Jared Golden about this shooting. He has offered full federal support in the wake of this. Now, one of the big questions out here right now is the number of people. How many people are hurt? How many people may be dead? NBC right now, and we told you earlier the network had adjusted some of those numbers. We have not received any concrete information from law enforcement officials or hospital officials about how many people are hurt or dead. We do know that Central Maine Medical Center and St. Mary's are coordinating with Maine Medical Center, which is the state's only level 1 trauma center, to coordinate the care of the patients, and that all of these hospitals have basically risen to the highest level of operation right now, which is a mass casualty event. Zach and Amanda, I know you guys had covered the colleges. I know we'd covered the cities. Also, you guys had talked about the several school districts in the area that will be closed tomorrow. That includes Central Maine Community College, the Lewiston, City of Lewiston public offices also going to be closed. This is, as you have mentioned, an event that is rippling widely throughout this community, not just in the city of Lewiston or Lisbon, but throughout this state. There are ripple effects that are taking place right now for the people nearby.
For sure. One more addition to that, too, the LA City Link buses have said that they are not going to be running tomorrow. And, you know, a lot of people in the Lewiston, Auburn area rely on that transportation. And so this is certainly widespread impact here.
Of course, and we were just getting some new video of the scene where this all happened. As it unfolded, we had a lot of cell phone video to show you, but this is more recent. You can see police are still there. This is at Spare Time Recreation, a bowling alley there in Lewiston. You can see a number of cop cars as well as some police tape up in the area.
And again, Zach, sorry to jump in, just to sort of set the stage for people who aren't familiar with that area of Mollison Way. You can see Spare Time, you know, we could not get close enough, but right here, this building is Subway. And then across the street from that, you've got a couple of different restaurants that people certainly would be at on a Wednesday night at 6:50. For sure. You can see it a little bit more right there,
And earlier you had mentioned kids at a nearby hockey rink that were playing some hockey after school and probably forced to shelter in place there as well. So an area where a lot of people had gathering spaces. This is outside of Schemenge's bar, just about 4 miles away. This is the second scene where more shots reportedly rang out there. We heard from an Auburn city councilor earlier who says that his son was the manager at that bar, and he still has not been able to locate him, going hospital to hospital tonight.
And he is certainly not alone in that. A lot of people tonight still waiting to hear from their loved ones. And Schemenge's very popular pool hall. And, you know, like you mentioned earlier, people getting out of work, wanting to, you know, get some steam out, probably stopped in to play a little pool. And yeah, just a lot of people tonight waiting to hear word on their loved ones.
Yeah, I think I saw on their Facebook page they had posted industry night or something like that, even offering a discount for those hard workers that just wanted to go and maybe grab a beer and play some pool to wind down, and obviously did not expect a night like this.
Right. Yeah, we continue to hear some upsetting things. Again, just to recap here, NBC now reporting at least 15 to 20 people killed in this active shooter situation that happened earlier tonight in Lewiston, starting at Spare Time Recreation and happening again at Schemenge's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. We believe up to 50 people injured. That's also coming from NBC. And it's important to note that not all of those gunshot wounds, a lot of it injuries from the stampede of just people trying to escape, trying to survive what was going on.
I actually think we want to take another listen to that Auburn city councilor who was looking for the manager of that bar, his son, about what he's experiencing tonight.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know I'm standing here telling you, because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, or he would have called us because he manages Schemenge's. So I know he was there.
God, wow. Just awful stuff.
You can see on his face, I don't know how he's holding it together.
No, and I'm sure it's pure shock and adrenaline that a lot of people are running off of right now. And want to remind you, too, that Greg Marley with NAMI Maine has joined us a couple of times tonight, and he had some really, really important things to talk about being safe and creating a safe space for your loved ones, those who are hurting, and taking care of yourself. So you can find more of that information on our website too if you want to go back and look at that.
Yeah, and this, as we keep saying over and over again, is having a ripple effect really all across the country this evening. I've received messages from reporter friends that are literally coming to Maine to report on this, checking in, saying, hey, are you okay? Do you need something to eat? That kind of thing. And so all eyes are going to be on Maine for a historic moment that we do not want. And none of us asked for. Meantime, Maine's political leaders are sharing a lot of statements tonight, many of them on their way back from Washington. Many of them have been in touch with the White House, President Joe Biden. One of those lawmakers is Congressman Jared Golden, who, of course, is from Lewiston, has represented the 2nd District for years now. His quote, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work.
A lot of people remember Dr. Nirav Shah as well, who was head of Maine's CDC, got us through the pandemic there. He's now with the national CDC. He's in Washington, and he tweeted out earlier, tonight we are all Mainers. As Maine grieves, so does the nation. Also tweeting out, the Celtics, our thoughts are with everyone in Lewiston, Maine. So certainly a lot of people paying attention to what's going on here, and it continues to be an active situation. We continue to wait to hear from police that they have found Robert Card, the man at large that they are looking for.
Right, and we see this time and time again, right, when this happens in our country, these messages going out from all sorts of places. It's a tough night to have it happening in Maine. So take a look at your screen right now. This is Robert Card, who Amanda was just talking about. He is the person of interest. Police are actively searching for him tonight. We've heard of several different scenes in Lewiston at spare time, at the bowling alley, at the restaurant and bar, as well as in the Lisbon area. In Lisbon Falls, there's a number of police there, both state, local, even federal, and a helicopter. Sam Rogers was reporting earlier, you could actually hear that helicopter circling the scene, searching for this man who was trained as a firearms instructor in the U.S. Army Reserves facility in Saco. There was even state police saying that he was committed to a mental health facility this past summer. So it's perhaps someone they were aware of.
Yeah, and that said, I think a lot more questions will be coming out of this as this continues to unfold, including should he have had access to guns if he did have this history of mental health struggles.
Yeah, earlier Gabby Giffords, who you obviously know survived a mass shooting of her own and started a foundation kind of voiced her concern about that, about seeing these time and time again, and she releases these statements as they happen, as these shootings happen across the country, and now she's talking about Maine tonight.
Yeah, and Maine actually scored an F on her report card, where
there were many dreams and nightmares after the disaster.